And I'm looking at the audio level in the room. It looks to be okay.
And if I talk, we can both talk at the same time?
Yes. I guess I am awaiting confirmation as to whether or not my voice can be heard by other participants in the meeting at the moment.
Well, we could test that. I've now enabled the raise hand option. If any of our attendees are listening and they want to help us check our audio, please raise your hand. It looks like it's working, David. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to lower your hands now. And part of what we are doing at the city right now is getting council chambers ready for hybrid meetings once the local state of emergency related to the pandemic is ended. Then we'll look for opportunities to bring the public into a city council meeting, and we're calling that a hybrid meeting, where council would be present here in chambers. Some members of the audience would be here, but others could be virtual. So that's part of what we're testing with tonight's meeting. Good evening and welcome to the June 7th, 2021 Charlottesville City Council meeting. My name is Brian Wheeler and I'm the city's Director of Communications. And City Council right now is finishing a closed meeting. They'll be joining us shortly to start their regular meeting at 6:30. We have 2 important public hearings tonight and 3 additional opportunities for public input. Since we expect a large audience, I'm going to briefly review the process for speaking to council. First, I'll list the 5 public input opportunities tonight. First, there's the consent agenda. Second, there's community matters. Those are matters from the public that don't already have a public hearing. Third, we have our first public hearing on utility rates. Then fourth, our second public hearing on the Confederate statues. Fifth, there's a matters by the public at the very end of the meeting. If you plan to speak on the disposition of the statues, you should wait until that public hearing is opened. If you are in the Zoom webinar, you will be able to click the raise hand icon to get in line to address council. If you're joining via telephone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. At the moment, I've disabled the ability for people to raise their hands. I will activate that feature once the council clerk begins reading the consent agenda, since that's the first public comment opportunity. During community matters, council will hear from up to 16 people for 3 minutes each. We have 2 people pre-registered to speak, and up to 14 additional people could raise their hands to speak about items that are not related to the utility rates or statues. During the public hearings, unless council directs otherwise, we will hear from everyone who wishes to speak. Each person will have an opportunity of 3 minutes, and I will call upon people in the order in which they have raised their hands. A timer will be visible on the screen, and if you exceed 3 minutes, the mayor will ask you to wrap up your comments. We would appreciate if all speakers would state their name and place of residence as they begin their remarks. Finally, if you need a copy of the council agenda or packet, you can visit our website at charlottesville.gov/agenda. Another point, if you're joining us on Facebook, Boxcast, or watching on TV 10, you will need to register for the Zoom webinar to join us virtually. You can do that by clicking the meeting link at charlottesville.gov/Zoom. Once you register, you will get a link sent to you via email to join the meeting. Again, thank you for joining us this evening. The meeting should be underway in about 5 minutes.
Counselor Hill, would you read us out of closed session, please?
Yes. I move that the City Council
Recording in progress.
members certify by recorded vote that the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Second.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook,
Yes.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. All right, I now call the regular meeting to order. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please?
Mayor Walker,
Present.
Vice Mayor McGill,
I am here.
Councilor Hill,
I'm here.
Councilor Payne,
Here.
Councilor Snook,
Here. And I noted just a second ago that we got a message saying that the recording of this meeting had stopped. Was that a mistake?
we are still recording for the public. I think Brian might be having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Snook, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. We're testing new audio tonight as if some of you were in council chambers.
Ah.
So I'm speaking through the regular microphones in council chambers, and that recording was just to capture the closed meeting portion.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we weren't inadvertently not recording what we should be recording. Thank you.
Got you covered.
All right. Next, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook,
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Counselors, are there any updates? Announcements? No? All right. All right, so we have Dr. Bonds here with us. I think this is the last COVID update that we have scheduled for now, so we'll ask about that. But welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Happy to be here to update everybody about where Charlottesville City and our health district are. I'm going to share my screen. And hopefully you all are seeing now the first slide.
We are.
Perfect. So let me. There we go. So where we are today, we actually have a -1 case, which just means that someone that was reported to us as being a COVID case actually didn't live in our health history upon further examination, and so they've subtracted that out of our total. I'm just giving the health history totals here tonight because our case counts have really been, as you look at this graph, quite low, really since about mid-April, beginning of May, coming down. We are frequently at single digits, often only 1 or 2 cases reported. Right now, the total number of cases in the health district is just under 16,000. Our total number of individuals that were hospitalized at some point during the pandemic is 656, and we've had an unfortunate 224 fatalities. But I think really the good news is the vaccine is working in our health district. These low numbers are happening with the opening up of more businesses, the removal of the mask requirement, more interaction happening. So to everyone who got vaccinated, thank you, and it seems to be working. So let's talk about what our goals are right now going forward. So we feel like we're entering phase 3 right now, and here is where we would like to be by July 4th. The first is to offer to all county public schools at least 2 on-site vaccination events. And we're well through this right now, so we feel like we're going to hit this one. To meet the president's goal of having 70% of our population vaccinated, and I think we'll easily meet this one in the health district and in the Charlottesville area. And then finally, to get a 35% increase in the percentage of African American persons who are fully vaccinated. And I'll talk about some of our plans to achieve that. So how are we doing? These are our numbers for Charlottesville right now. The total population is 47,000 and a few extra. This does include all individuals, so there are going to be some people who are not eligible to receive the vaccine yet. So just keep that in mind. We have almost 28,000 individuals that have had at least 1 dose, so they have at least some immunity to COVID. So that's 59% of our population. Just over 22,000 individuals have been fully vaccinated. So either 2 doses of Pfizer and Moderna or 1 dose of Johnson & Johnson. And that represents 48% of our population. So really, we're making good strides. The map that you see there is the census tracts for the Charlottesville area. Darker generally means more people have been vaccinated. You'll notice these large, almost white areas here, and here actually are parts of Albemarle that have more individuals noted to have been vaccinated than are living in that area, more adults. And that's because adolescents now are eligible for the vaccine, and the maps did not originally include anyone under the age of 18. Here in Charlottesville, we actually have this area and this area that have quite low vaccination rates, at least according to our state vaccination. But we also know that those are areas where a lot of UVA students live. And we think what we're seeing is UVA students that got vaccinated either chose not to get vaccinated until they went home, or got vaccinated and gave their parents' address as their home address. And so while they count as part of our census, they are not counting as vaccinated here in our health district because we use the address that you report in our state vaccination system. That being said, there are certainly a number of neighborhoods that we need to do more work in to get higher vaccination rates. So let's talk about what our plans are to do that. First, I just want to point out that we had a really peak demand for vaccination. This was at JCPenney, and here are other localities, really in that early part of April. And it's been sort of a downhill decline since then, a little bit of an uptick when it was approved for adolescents, at least at JCPenney's. But overall, both here in the Charlottesville-Albemarle area and in our localities, a pretty marked decline in demand for vaccine. So we know that the hard work comes now. We had a lot of people who chose to get vaccinated who have come to us to get their vaccine. And so now we need to really reach out to individuals who either have some hesitancies, who have some questions about the vaccine, or just can't make it to one of our standing vaccination sites. So we certainly know that there's more places that you can get the vaccine in our health district. Pharmacies now are a pretty substantial portion of people or of providers of vaccine. For example, the CVS on 5th Street typically every week provides several hundred vaccines on a regular basis. And that's great, and we're really happy that pharmacies have joined in providing that because many people just feel more comfortable getting their vaccine at their pharmacy. That's where they go to get their flu shot, And so that's a site that they're used to using. We have a number of other units or other opportunities that we're rolling out. We have partnered with UVA Health and the Charlottesville Fire Department, so thank you, Charlottesville Fire, to go to homebound residents and vaccinate those individuals that cannot leave their home for a variety of health reasons. And so in Charlottesville, we've done 62 individuals. I do want to really give a big shout out to Charlottesville Fire because they not only did the Charlottesville residents, but they actually partnered with UVA Health and with the health department to go do residents in areas that were outside of their jurisdiction. They did also inspect fire inspectors, and fire detectors, smoke detectors while they were there, and if the home didn't have one, installed one. So great partnership there. You see here a picture of our mobile unit. It actually arrived here at the health department today, and the ribbon cutting ceremony will be tomorrow. We are really grateful for the donors who put together funds so that we could purchase this unit, and for the partnership with Albemarle County government that allowed us to purchase it in such a rapid fashion. So this mobile unit has already got a long calendar list, and we'll be heading out to a whole variety of locations to do very small vaccination events on the order of 25 to 50 individuals. It's a great way for us to get out into the community and vaccinate people. And when COVID is complete, we'll be using that to offer other services all around the city and our health district. We have done a number of place-based, and again, this has really been in partnership with community agencies, organizations, advocates. Dose on the Go is a partnership that was done with UVA Health. A nurse and a community health worker or other individual that's familiar with the community go out to a particular neighborhood with a couple of vials of vaccine and do vaccination in place. So they've been to restaurants and help vaccinate restaurant workers who would have challenges getting to one of our standing vaccination sites. They've gone to neighborhoods, lots of different places. So really trying to meet people where they're at to get them vaccinated. All right. Vaccinations for 12 and 15-year-olds, it was approved in the mid-May. We have been doing teams at the JCPenney site with parents or parental permission there. And as I said, we've been doing a whole series of vaccination events, including at Charlottesville High School and at the middle school. Those were starting in May, and we're trying really hard to get through both vaccination events before school lets out so that individuals can get their vaccine before summer starts. So really enjoyed that partnership with city schools. We've done a whole series of place-based vaccination sites throughout the winter and spring. These were also done in partnership with UVA Health, Piedmont Housing Alliance, and many, many others. There's just a list here. I won't read them all, but really tried to go to all the places that we knew people might have trouble accessing standing vaccination sites and make that vaccine available to the individuals that live there in a convenient fashion for them. So really been a great partnership again, and I think this has been a really successful opportunity to get individuals who might otherwise have challenges getting to a place like JCPenney.
Doctor, can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
Were you able to get up to Upapatha? I can never say the name. Upapatha Village?
Gosh, I don't know. I can look it up.
It's at the very end of Old Ridge.
Ephatha.
I could never pronounce it.
Spell it for me, and I'll have a look at the location.
AP.
EP.
ATHIA.
Let me,
I don't know. I have to scoff.
It starts off EPH and then I think another PHATHA.
I will check with our community outreach, and if we haven't, we'll be sure and get the mobile unit in. And I'll give you an update as soon as I can check in with that. So support services, I just want to give you an update on where this is at. We have a number of community health workers in Phase 1, thanks to funds from Charlottesville City Council. Their work with individuals who have either been diagnosed with COVID and need support services to do their isolation, or contacts of COVID cases who need support to do their quarantine. Our case investigators and contact tracers ask when they talk to individuals. Community members can also call the phone number there on the screen. So far in the Charlottesville area, we've helped in partnership with a whole variety of community agencies, more than 50 households. It's about 100 adults and 64 children have gotten food support. Meals have been delivered. If they need cleaning equipment, that was also delivered. Additionally, over $74,000 were provided to households in the Charlottesville and Albemarle area to help out with expenses during that quarantine isolation period. And we still continue to provide services. So if an individual needs support because they have been diagnosed with COVID or a contact of someone who had COVID, we are absolutely still there and available to support. Community engagement, our hotline is still going strong. Since January, we've had over 25,000 calls to our hotline. One of the months, it was the busiest hotline across the state for health departments. So really delighted that people felt comfortable reaching out to the health department for their questions and concerns. We have helped register individuals for their vaccination and done mass distribution at businesses and residents in a variety of neighborhoods. There's a few listed there. We've done regular presentations and engaged with the Albemarle Charlottesville NAACP, the Your Life Matters C-Bill, Move to Health Equity Coalition, and the African American Pastors Council. We really want to give huge thanks to these community partners and many others for planning and supporting vaccination events. It's really led to things like us being at the basketball tournament that happened in Consular Park this last weekend. And while the numbers that we vaccinate at these community events are relatively small, it's one more individual that's no longer at risk for having COVID, and really helps us meet our goal of getting all of our communities safe from this disease. We continue to roll out a whole variety of communications. We have radio spots. I'm sorry, this says Louisa, but it's actually Charlottesville. We're running a whole variety of current PSAs. They're working on videos right now that will be broadcast using community members talking about why they got vaccinated and what are the reasons that they chose to get vaccinated. We've got targeted ads, print ads in local papers, and continue to work on what we call Dose on the Go and other in-person vaccination events. Public health is a team sport, and I don't think I can say thank you enough to all of the individuals who have really helped to vaccinate Charlottesville residents. A few key partners are listed here, and I've mentioned many others. But really, without all of the organizations and support and input from all of our area organizations, this would not have been as successful as it has been. The Charlottesville, Albemarle, and Blue Ridge Health District area really have been a leader in vaccination across the state, and I think it's because of the dedication of all of the community partners. So a huge thank you to everyone. Our hotline is still up and running, so if individuals have questions or concerns, they can certainly call the hotline. We do have Spanish speakers available. Vaccine.gov, if people are interested in getting their vaccine and want to find out where they can go, it has a list of all of the places that are offering vaccine, and you can search it by zip code. The Seminole Square vaccination site for UVA does have a phone number. It is wrapping up. And I will just let people know that the JCPenney site is wrapping up, but we'll be moving just a few doors down to a spot inside the mall that's a little smaller as we see fewer numbers coming in for those, but still have it available. And then, of course, all of our community events. So I will stop there. I'm happy to answer any questions that I have.
Thank you for that report. Counselors, any questions? I have just a couple. I was watching the World Health Organization weekly, this morning, and they were talking about the UK variant Delta, and just wondering, it said that it's maybe transmission may be higher but less lethal, and that they think that the current vaccines will cover it. But just wondering from your perspective, what are you all doing to monitor that, and then at a state level?
Yeah, so the state and locally as well periodically will run the DNA on specimens to see what variants are in your community. And there's actually, you can go to the VDH website, and it is by our region, Northern Northwest region, the variants that have been seen. They don't run DNA on all samples. One, because some of the samples don't come to us, right? They actually are at a commercial lab, but also sometimes there's just not enough DNA, or in this case, I'm sorry, RNA available to run and to type out. But you can get a list, and we have seen the UK variant. We've seen most of the variants in the community. Not in the state, but scientists in other situations will test antibodies that have been generated by the vaccine and their effectiveness on these various variants. And so far, they do seem to be holding pretty well, as my understanding. I know that pharmaceutical companies are working on boosters, and that may be something that we have to do in the future. I think the key is to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible. The fewer times this virus moves from an individual to another individual, the less likely we are to get these variants. Mutation is just what viruses do. The fewer times they have that opportunity, the better off we are. So I think that's really a great reason for everyone in our community to get vaccinated so that we don't have that transmission going. And I think it's really a great reason why we as a country should assist other countries in helping them get access to vaccines.
Yeah, that was the main conversation after discussing, was that the wealthier countries have vaccinated more people, and I think less than 1% of the rest of the world has been able to access vaccinations, which, the travel, hopefully the country has the travel bans in place to kind of monitor that when people come back. And my only other questions were, and I asked the last time, just, and I know a lot of people in our community are experiencing this, but the long haulers, what's the current science and recommendation for vaccinations for them? And then I guess my other question is, what type of long-term services will they be receiving? Are you a part of those conversations, or are those conversations just happening with physicians?
Right now, those conversations are just happening at a physician level. I think you bring up a really great point, and I'm going to make another again to bring this up at the state level, because I think right now it's an opportunity, since we have fewer cases, for us to begin to think about how we can support other individuals that have been impacted by COVID. And so these long haulers. I definitely think that they should get vaccinated. The recommendations are that if you've had COVID and it's been more than 90 days, you should get a vaccine. It certainly, you'd probably want to talk to your physician about the appropriate vaccine, but I would recommend that we get that.
And the conversations around a potential booster or maybe like flu, COVID vaccine, how will the health department, what is the plan just to update the public once that information is known?
Yeah, so if it looks like booster is going to be necessary, and we really just don't know. We don't know how long the immunity that this vaccine has given us is going to last. People are testing that on a regular basis. We don't know about variants. But if that starts to look like it's the case, there'll be a statewide plan, and we will certainly let all of our community know through all of our usual outlets, radio, TV, working with our community partners, and you would see a major stand-up of a vaccination event. And I would hope that at that point, that more physicians will want to be part of that vaccination event. And we certainly have had some great partnerships with individual physicians in providing the vaccine. But it's a little bit of a challenge because you have to be approved by the CDC because of the use. And I would hope, I don't know this, but I would hope that the booster would go through our normal approval process, which would make it easier for physicians to join us in providing boosters. But at this point, for the foreseeable future, we don't think there's a booster needed in the next few months. So there's no plan for that.
Your volume keeps going in and out.
Right. I have a dodgy internet connection here.
Yeah. Okay, and my last question is, before we had talked about the number of citizens who had only received one of their shots. Are you seeing a better return? Are you all, and just what's the strategy to get people in for the second shot if they haven't been back yet?
Yeah, so our strategy is to use our hotline operators, and if you have not returned for your second shot, we call you. We call the individual, we try and schedule them to get in. So we absolutely reach out to everybody who came in for their first shot and make sure that they return for their second one. So we do active outreach.
Okay, and did you get good returns on that outreach?
We've gotten pretty good returns on that. I think if you look, you can see the delta between the who got one shot and the fully vaccinated is getting smaller and smaller. Some of that is because we have fewer people coming in for first shot, but I think some of it is also the outreach efforts that we've had. So generally, when we reach out to people, we can document it, and we can go to do shots at their location. So if it's because they can't get to it, we can do a dose on the go to make sure they get that second shot.
And is the scientific, I guess, literature on whether one shot is still effective, pretty effective? Are you still feeling confident about that one shot is still helping people stay safer?
Yeah, certainly one shot is helping people stay safer. And one shot is all that's needed if you choose to get the Johnson & Johnson. Mm-hmm. But I still want everybody, if they're starting with Pfizer or Moderna, that they complete the series. I think that's going to provide you with the highest level of protection.
All right, I just know that we were having some challenges there, so just wanted to follow up there.
Yep.
All right, well, thank you. And I guess for just moving forward, if things continue on this track, maybe if we have questions in the future, we'll invite you back. But at this time, we won't schedule the regular monthly sessions for now.
Sounds fine. I'm always happy to come back and answer any questions that you have. Just forecasting into the future, we anticipate that one of the vaccines will be approved for 2 through 11-year-olds, probably sometime in the fall. And so you will see us work with all of our pediatric partners to get those youngsters vaccinated.
Waiting patiently. I have 3 kids in that category.
Coming.
13-year-old goes Thursday for their second.
Yay.
Thank you, Dr. Bonds. I feel like it's just been a marathon since when you presented to us in council chambers when just the first cases were being brought into the U.S. Early in this council's term. And boy, has it been a journey. But I'm glad that we've reached a threshold where you can take a break from us possibly for a bit. So thank you for your time and all the information you provided into your teams done throughout this whole process.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good evening. All right, next, are there any items for recognition, counselors? No. All right. So next we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read it, please?
Keena, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Let me start over. Thank you. Consent agenda 1, minutes, April 5th, closed and regular meetings. 2, resolution appropriating funds for the Belmont Bridge replacement project, $4,280,739, second reading. 3, ordinance establishing a grant program to promote and preserve home ownership by low and moderate income persons within the city of Charlottesville, second reading. 4, resolution confirming City Council's intent to halt action on the East Market Street parking structure, one reading. 5, resolution approving pavilion naming request, one reading. 6, resolution authorizing CenturyLink Communications LLC license agreement, one reading. 7, resolution amending the Community Development Block Grant FY 21-22 budget, one reading. 8, resolution appropriating trail fund contribution from Milestone Partners for Meadow Creek Trail, $12,043, first of 2 readings. 9, resolution appropriating Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles Highway Safety Grant funds, alcohol and impaired driving, $9,453, first of 2 readings. 10, resolution appropriating funds from the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, $23,056, first of 2 readings. 11, resolution allocating city funding for a donation of $15,000 to the nonprofit charitable institution or association called A Playground for Walker, one reading. 12, ordinance amending and reordaining Charlottesville City Code, Chapter 15, Article 2, Section 15-39, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, regarding electric, power-assisted bicycle license. First of 2 readings.
All right, thank you. Mr. Willow, would you check, please, to see if there's anyone from the public who would like to speak on an item on the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you'd like to address council, please click the raise hand icon to get in line. If you're joining us via telephone, press star 9. Again, this is just for the items that are on the consent agenda. And I don't see any hands raised.
All right, thank you. Counselors, any comments or questions? All right, and I would just like to remove item 7 for a separate vote. And I'll say when we get to that one.
All right, I will move we adopt the consent agenda with item 7 removed.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion for item 7?
Move that we adopt item 7, amending the Community Development Block Grant fiscal year 21-22 budget.
Is there a second?
A second.
And just my quick comment is, I look forward to being able to vote on this in the future, and I agree with all of the recommended, but I've just been consistent budget item A. And so hopefully when our performance and management staff member is here, that's an item that I can feel better about in the future.
Mayor Walker,
No.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
All right, thank you. That carries 4-1. Next up, we have the city manager's response to community matters and counselors. Mr. Boyles?
Thank you, Mayor Walker and council. There were no specific requests at the last council meeting, but I do have just a few updates for you. One of those is related, Dr. Bonds already mentioned to you, but it was a very good weekend with Sunday at Tonsler Park. We had the splash pad open, a basketball tournament, and vaccinations occurring, taking advantage of the crowds that were there. Along those lines, just to let you know, the weekend we did have both Washington and Crow pools open, as well as 3 of our splash pads. And beginning this coming weekend, we will begin with week-long activities at the Washington Park pools. We do have everything staffed as much as our staffing capacity will allow us. We have continued to be very, very short, just like many of the other communities across the nation, in trying to staff summer activities and especially pools. But we are open. Our community, we had a number of community input sessions, received some really good comments, and did try. We revised our operating procedures so that our pools, our 2 pools that were open, were on a first come, first serve, and we only had one instance where the pools became up to the capacity at the time. So we didn't have to do the reservation system for those. Even with the reduced capacity at the pools, we were able to meet the needs. A discussion topic from the previous council meeting, we continue to monitor the Midway Manor. I did notify you at the past meeting, they do have the 1 elevator of the 2 possible that is operating, but staff continues to monitor that and continues to pursue looking at ways of working with those property owners to ensure longevity there at that site and improve conditions. Staff continues to work with transitioning our city hall openings. We remain in our emergency status and working predominantly remotely, but our departments are trying to stagger staff so that we don't have full capacity, but we are able to open our services to more of the public through a reservation system. And then finally, staff is also working. We did receive our first payment of the American Rescue Plan funds, which was half of the budgeted amount. We do not expect the other half to be received until next year. So we do have some time to work on how those funds will be spent. As we've said routinely so far, the first funding will go towards revenue replacement for the city, and then additional COVID improvements. And then we will very shortly be rolling out for our nonprofit stakeholders in the community a program where they can apply. But there has been, some discussion in Washington We're assured that it's not going to go anywhere, but it's still a discussion in Congress that one of the leverage points from some of the congressional leaders is to take the remaining ARP funds and use those to fund the president's infrastructure bill. So we're very cautious as to what type of commitments we'll make until we know for certain that second tranche of funds are coming. Mayor and Council, that's all I have to report tonight.
All right, thank you. And my only comment would be, and this comment is not towards you because you were not here, so I just want to say that, but I just hope that in the future, if there is another shutdown or anything related to COVID, that we take that into account for our employees, and because we wouldn't be having the challenging time that we're having people if we hadn't laid them off. And so I am hoping that we do things differently. And I think that when we look at the whole picture, the amount of resources that we can't open and can't offer to the public, we would not be in that space had we taken care of the employees during the pandemic just a little bit longer. So that's my only comment there, but I do appreciate the fact that you all are still making sure that employees are safe. And I guess I did have one more question. In terms of like staggering staff, are there staff members that will still be able to work from home? Have you all made that decision yet? Or are you where are we with that?
Yes, and it is departmentalized because as some of our departments, they aren't able to work from home at all. So we're leaving it up to the departments to decide who may and may not be able to. And we intend for that to occur even after we're fully operational. We have found that there are a number of services we can provide very adequately remotely. And it does help us environmentally. It helps us with parking. It helps us with very limited office space to be able to do that. So we do plan to continue that even after we're fully open.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments?
I'm just glad to hear that that is part of the long-term plan. Many businesses are looking at that. And it can also be a benefit to staff. So, and it widens our pool for, especially for women who tend to stay home with young children. This is a good way forward.
But I hope that flexibility is offered, because there are some, conversations, not necessarily in the city, where, people are having to show like you still have childcare lined up, you still, have all those things. If people need maybe that time to get back on track, but they are still able to do all of their work, I hope that we are just not putting those type of restrictions in place as a city organization and being as flexible as possible. All right. All right, next up, we have the Community Matters section. It looks like we only have 2 people signed up in advance, and we do have a public hearing later to discuss the statutes and the utility rate. So if you could reserve your comments, if it's for either one of those items, for later in the evening. But if you can't stay as long, then you're welcome to, share your thoughts now. And so there will be 14 more slots available. I'll turn it over to Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you'd like to address council, please click the raise hand icon to get in line. If you're joining us via telephone, press *9. As people are considering whether they want to speak now. If you're currently watching the broadcast on Facebook, Boxcast, or on TV 10, you'll need to register for the Zoom webinar in order to address council. You can do that by visiting charlottesville.gov/Zoom. Once you register, you'll get a link sent to you where you can join the meeting. We do have a couple of hands going up, and let me find our first speaker, who's going to be Anthony Artuso, who will be followed by Nancy Carpenter. Anthony, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes. And you'll have to unmute your microphone. Anthony, can you hear us? Anthony, can you unmute your microphone? All right, we're going to put Anthony on hold for just a minute, and we'll see if Nancy Carpenter's ready. Nancy, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Very good. Thank you, councilors, for allowing me to address you this evening. I was going to talk about Midway Manor, but this afternoon, 2 more issues popped up. One of the issues that I want to talk about is a Home to Hope program. I'm getting some feedback, some vibes that with the exit of Holly Lee, who was pretty much mentoring that program, facilitating, liaison between the city government and that program, that maybe there may not be as much of a strong lens on this program going forward. And it's kind of concerning to me. I know that they're doing a physical move, which is a good idea, but there's some questions about peer navigation, what kind of financial assistance. I know the new fiscal budget will start here in about 3.5, 4 weeks, something like that, and the budget will be what it is, but. I just want to raise the question, does the Economic Development Department have enough capacity on their plate to be able to do, the kind of job that Ms. Lee was doing with the folks that do such a good job? I mean, I just, can't say enough about the heart of those folks that are working with our citizens that are coming back through reentry. And I'm, very concerned with that capacity. And is it time perhaps for this program to migrate back to the Human Services Department where it originally, was when it was first operational? The second thing, Midway Manor, I appreciate the city manager, Mr. Boyle, speaking to it this evening. It is an ongoing concern. I don't want even though this is a private company, Midway Manor Associates LLC, and the only LLC partner is Bush Construction Corporation out of Williamsburg. It is public monies through the Virginia Housing and Development Authority that is funding subsidized apartments for our seniors and folks who are, disabled in this community. So I don't want you to lose sight of that. And the other thing that I found out today is that Pathways, both city and county, will probably have those funds expended today or tomorrow. And to hear that there's an effort in Congress to want to divert American Rescue Plan dollars to infrastructure, I hope that city council will say, oh, hell no, and not and speak, against that, and certainly try and urge our senators and our representative to not support that, because it was some of that money that was also going to go locally to help folks who need childcare, who need a car payment or a car fixed because they're driving for Grubhub and that's their only income, on and on and on. So that they're considering that, I think, is a disservice to the American public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go back to Anthony Artus. You can tell me if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, if you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
We can. You might have to speak up a little bit, but go ahead.
All right. I'm having some difficulty hearing you.
We can hear you.
But
shake your head if you can hear.
I will proceed. Hi, this is Anthony Artuso. I live at 313 Kent Road in Charlottesville. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like to request that the council consider postponing approval of the future land use plan until more detailed planning and policy development can be completed. There are 4 key tasks that I think need to be accomplished before an appropriate and informed debate of the future land use plan can occur and before the draft plan should be approved. First, there needs to be more meaningful neighborhood level planning and problem solving. That really just has not yet occurred at the neighborhood level. There's been some citywide input sessions, but those have largely consisted of the current draft being explained to the public with a very short period for comment, with no opportunity for dialogue and discussion around solutions and options and alternatives. That needs to occur at the neighborhood level. I think you will find that residents of Charlottesville are ready to work with the planning team creatively and constructively to achieve the goals that have been established for the Seville Plans Together process and to meet the guidelines for that process. But they need to be given that opportunity, and I think an improved plan will result. Second, there needs to be an actionable, affordable housing plan that is integrated closely with the land use plan. That also has not yet occurred. The current affordable housing plan is really just a catalog of actions that the city should consider taking. There is no detail on when, where, how, and to what degree those actions will be taken and how they'll be combined with the land use planning. That is needed to achieve the goals of the plan. Third, there needs to be coordinated planning with the university and the county. While discussions have occurred, it's very clear that there has not been any integrated planning that has affected land use planning on 3 of those parties. That needs to occur, and that needs to be reported to the public as to what the results of that have been. Fourth, there needs to be an infrastructure improvement plan developed in combination with the land use plan before adopting either. That needs to focus particularly on traffic and public transit, as substantially increased density is a major part of the proposed land use plan. Adopting a land use map that invites major land use changes and increases in density without providing a clear plan for how those changes will be shaped for public benefit is a risky strategy, and unnecessarily so. It behooves the council to take the time to provide more detail and neighborhood input, and then to finally approve the master plan and land use strategy once that has occurred. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So those are our 2 speakers who registered in advance. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands up at the moment, and 91 people in the audience. Next up is Adrian Dent, who will be followed by Hunter Smith. Adrian, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm assuming y'all can hear me.
We can.
I'm unable to speak later, so I'm speaking now toward the monument discussion. As a mother, artist, and community member, I think about the stories my elders told me, stories of victories and battles and generations of honorable business and civic leadership. There are portraits and medals and chapters and books, but they are all charged with the very distortions, the very white supremacist lens as these monuments, the very mechanisms of suppression and oppression and erasure of humanity. What do we do with these stories? We recognize their harm. We disrupt. And we repair. We gather, collect, and rally our resources. We imagine. We embody our power by authoring a new story, a story birthed from collective imagination, intent on dismantling the sinister mechanisms employed by these McIntyres and Lees and innumerable others, including my forefathers. Stories are very powerful. Stories tell truths, speaking matter into being, and stories omit and distort, and they infect and they consume. How do we, here in this moment in time, nurture into emergence the stories we want future generations to tell? My 16-year-old son just completed a paper about Rumors of War, a breathtaking sculpture by artist Kehinde Wiley in Richmond. Are you familiar with it? Some of you, okay. My son wrote about Wiley's direct engagement in discourse around memory and how and who we elevate about Wiley's unreserved disruption of a narrative, a bold reclamation. This is the change in discourse we want for our children. And they are watching and they are listening and being changed and becoming change itself. So as you consider the medal on pedestals tonight, consider generations looking back. Let us make immediate and deliberate steps to remove these monuments. Ensure that future placement actively addresses and reverses generations of harm. And let us dispossess Lee into parts melted and forged through collective imagination and solidarity into new forms of our making in our landscape. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Hunter Smith, who will be followed by Jess Walters. Hunter, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Hey, everyone. I just wanted to speak to the same issue as the last speaker regarding the removal of statues. In this particular conversation, I kind of want to speak as a representative of the business community downtown, and I urge you all strongly to vote to remove the statues as quickly as possible. There are a number of reasons why, and I also know that there are a handful of concerns when it comes to what's to be done with the statues, how we're going to pay for it, et cetera. And I urge you to figure out that problem once they're in storage. I think we have, my perspective is just one, and certainly not the most important one, but we do have some marketing and tourism issues related to the events that happened in 2017. And it's really just, I feel kind of a shameful look that we still haven't addressed it, even though obviously not up until now has it been an option. We also have staff members that are expected to park next to, a giant monument to white supremacy, walk to the downtown mall, and be expected to provide service to tourists with a smile. And I don't know how we can reasonably expect people to do that while we still have these sort of monuments to racism in broad view. So I think in order to get away from harm and from a racist past and be the progressive town that we claim to be, again, I urge you all to vote to remove the statues unanimously and as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up is Jess Walters, who will be followed by Katrina Turner. Jess, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello, council. Thank you for listening to me today. I am also speaking on the subject of the statues. I appreciate the extra time. I am an artist, a patient advocate, a UVA graduate, and Charlottesville has been my home for more than 10 years. I am speaking with you today as a citizen with a unique perspective on the meaning of transformation. And I would like to share personal aspects of my experience in the hope that you consider the significance of your decision regarding the fate of the Lee statue. Many of my colleagues and fellow citizens have come before me to explain the historical and moral responsibility this council has to remove this statue as soon as possible. And I would like to use this time to reflect the vital importance of transforming rather than transporting the legacy of hate embodied by Lee. I stand before you today as a transgender, non-binary, deaf, queer, autistic, neurodivergent person who survived a kidney transplant before their 30th birthday. I hope you would consider my testimony to be that of someone who considers themselves to be something of a specialist in transformation. I will make my metaphor plain. Had I clinged to a hearing identity and denied my deafness, I would have suffered. Had I held on to the social security of cis heteronormativity, I would have perished. Had I not treated myself with dialysis 4 times a day, every single day for 63 days, I would have died. Had I not accepted the gift of transplant, I would not be standing having this discussion with you today. If we transport this bronze effigy that is a mockery of artistry in its disproportionate making and poor execution, we are doing a disservice to our community. I am advocating as an artist and as a neighbor for you to allow and elect that the artists and neighbors who have survived the disparaging legacies of Lee transform this travesty into a statue more reflecting of the renewal of our values as a diverse and thriving community. It used to take me 14 minutes to walk from my home on the northeast end of 2nd Street to the less than 3/4 of a mile meeting space at the apex between Vinegar Hill and the Jefferson School of a once thriving mixed-race diverse community. And I believe that we can gain a new work built by those who have made our community what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Katrina Turner, who will be followed by Ramona Martinez. Katrina, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can y'all hear me?
We can.
We can.
I just want to say, over 2 years ago, coming back to my case that I came to you all in 2017 with, over 2 years ago, I went to Human Rights about this, and a lot of violations were found. You know, mainly with the decision letter about how everything that happened, put it like this. I mentioned it a few weeks ago at a meeting, and I thought it was all over with. You know, everybody thought it was taken care of, but it's never been taken care of. So now Human Rights is looking back into this. And what I need to know is that I've heard that all the records from Chief Thomas have been gone even before Chief Brackney got to Charlottesville. So what records did Chief Brackney use when she reviewed my case back in 2016 if the records were gone? You know, that's one thing I really need someone to answer about, because she claimed that she saw a video of my son's arrest. She falsely claimed that. And I just need to know, we need to get some things together, because, you know, there a lot of things happened when they arrested my son that night. Okay. I had to do something a few weeks ago I never thought I would do, and that was call the police. Because the mother of my grandchildren were refusing to give up my grandchildren. She's allowed to accuse us of abuse. She's telling the police that my grandchildren are scared of us. You know, she's making all kind of false accusations against us, trying to get another protection order against us. I've called CPS, Child Social Service, I've called Region 10, I've called everybody, but it seems like only a mother that's concerned about the children are listened to, because what me and my son reported wasn't good enough for a report to go and check, as we've asked, on my grandchildren. We're being told to wait till court. But I shouldn't have. 5 years ago, I should not still be coming to you all when I have proof that who the children were actually at risk of was the mother the whole time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Ramona Martinez, who will be followed by Philip Andrew Hamilton. Ramona, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you also to Mayor Walker for the opportunity to speak earlier in the meeting about the public hearing issue of the statues. I'm a local artist, chair of the coordinating committee for the Virginia Center for the Book, and board member at the Bridge Progressive Art Initiative. Sorry, the Bridge Progressive Arts Initiative. At the beginning of the 20th century, Charlottesville was known for its statues. Having 4 commissioned sculptures was notable in a small southern town like ours. Our town is still known for its public art that our country now recognizes as propaganda, as symbols of an economy built on kidnapping and torture, monuments to men who fought for a society that valued wealth over human dignity. The removal of these idols is no small gesture. We all know what these statues meant to some people, which is why we shouldn't stop there. Cities all over the country have taken down their Confederate monuments, but how many of them have taken the additional step of transforming them into something beautiful? How many have melted down their idols of war and turned them into symbols of justice? That in itself would be art. This country doesn't need more bronze generals on horses. It needs monuments forged from their remains. It needs a reminder that the past doesn't define us, and that the bronze that was once used to venerate slaveholders can be reformed by the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Philip Andrew Hamilton, who will be followed by Ziona Bryant. Philip, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. I am running for the Virginia House of Delegates in the 57th District, and I'm proud to be here to give a different perspective tonight. I'm offering, as a historian and as the owner of the website HamiltonHistoricalRecords.com, and as a relative of 3 Union members who fought in the Civil War, 2 of who marched with General Sherman on the way to Atlanta, that we give a different perspective, that we change the narrative. Instead of destroying our history, why don't we add to our history? Let's add context. Let's add monuments dedicated to the Union. We have the 68 UVA Unionists who were Army soldiers and sailors who fought for the Union, who went to the University of Virginia. There is nothing in the city of Charlottesville that honors those 68 individuals. There are actually 2 congressmen who went to the University of Virginia who also were siding with the Union. Why not honor those folks as well? We should also honor the United States colored troops. I have a supporter of mine, Miss Elliott, whose great-great-grandfather actually was a former slave from Virginia who joined the Union forces and fought with the United States colored troops. We should honor those Black Americans who fought for the Union, who were Virginians. And I propose specifically that we add a monument of Ulysses S. Grant right next to the General Robert E. Lee Monument. Next to the Stonewall Jackson Monument, we should have a monument dedicated to the 68 UVA Unionists. And we should have the monument of the United States colored troops right next to the Stonewall Jackson Monument. I think this is a better way forward. This is something that hasn't been discussed, frankly enough. And I'm encouraging this objective in other towns like Louisa and other counties that currently have Confederate monuments up. We should be building monuments.
Philip, we lost your audio if you're still speaking. Can anyone hear him?
Also against that. And I think if the city council votes to add Union monuments, then the University of Virginia will also follow and maybe adding context to that other monument on campus. Thank you all for your time and hope to make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Zy Bryant, who will be followed by Scott.
You're muted, Brian.
That one is supposed to be muted.
Good evening. My name is Ziana Bryant, and y'all know I'm a city resident. I came to speak to you today mainly because as a person who authored the petition back in the spring of 2016, over 5 years ago, I want to offer a perspective that's much different than the previous speaker. He mentioned Robert E. Lee and his honorable sides or other Confederate soldiers. And I think it's important to remember that even within the context of the university, we have to question who has the agency and the power to tell the stories, especially the stories that have brought us to where we are now. So if we put our trust in institutions like the University of Virginia that led on eugenics and even influenced Nazi soldiers and Nazi people to continue to do the harm that they were doing overseas, I think it's important for us to ask who do we put our trust in and who's allowed to tell a story. The University of Virginia has for a very long time not only wronged its Black students, but also erased the legacies of Black people who have made tremendous contributions to the university and to the city of Charlottesville. So we can't put our trust in institutions that have historically marginalized and left people out of the conversation in order to somehow now all of a sudden tell a story that's complete when they continue to be complicit in the issues that we have here locally. And so my question for you today, Council, is what has changed since 2017? What has changed since we've allowed Nazis and racists to march downtown and wreak havoc on our city simply because of constitutional rights, which aren't necessarily their right to be able to subject people to hate speech and violent behaviors? But we remember that we had a mayor who was more concerned about being sued later down the line than he was about his own citizens. And we continue to have people elected to office who prioritize property and who prioritize policies that don't necessarily protect Black people over their actual citizens. So how do we make sure that we're listening to the constituency that has been traumatized for years? We're listening to the Black women on the front lines who have received hundreds of messages of hate mail, threats, harassment. And I'm speaking for myself in this moment, but I'm also speaking for other Black women who have been on the front lines of this fight locally. How do you tell them that their histories aren't worth being honored? How do you tell them that it's okay for them to be constantly traumatized by a statue that stood for over 100 years, donated by a man who wanted to make this space representative of Dixieland, someone who wanted to celebrate our bondage and our oppression? So the choice here is clear. What needs to happen is clear. It's up to you to make the right decision. And there's no opportunity left to straddle the fence. Which side of history do you want to be on? Which kind of ancestor do you all wish to be? Thank you.
Thank you.
And can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, good. I think we fixed that problem. My Zoom mic is muted. Next up is Scott Warner, who will be followed by Bruce Williamson. Scott, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. And you'll have to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Scott Warner. I grew up in Charlottesville in the Fry Springs area, but I now preside in Albemarle County. I come here tonight to offer some possible suggestions for the outcome of the two beautiful works of art in our city. I'm reminded in a recent interview with Condoleezza Rice in which she stated, and I quote, "I am a firm believer in keep your history before you. So I don't actually want to rename things that were named for slave owners. I want us to look at those names and realize what they did and to be able to tell our kids what they did and for them to have a sense of their own history. When you start wiping out your history, sanitizing your history to make you feel better, it's a bad thing," end quote. The possible solutions for you to consider are right in front of you if you relook at the Blue Ribbon Commission on Race, Memorials, and Public Spaces. All of the members of this commission were handpicked by the City Council. The introduction of their final report states, and I quote, "The Commission's work builds on a tremendous amount of study and research undertaken by people in the community, local archaeologists, professional and amateur historians, city planners and commissioners, UVA students and faculty, librarians, historical architects and landscape architects, genealogists, and many others. The public generously offered continuous supply of information and ideas throughout the multi-month process," and I end that quote. The Commission's final report back to the Council recommended two primary options for the Robert E. Lee statue: move the sculpture to McIntyre Park and confront its history there, and number two, confronting the sculpture in place and redesign and transform Lee Park. The vote by the Commission on these recommendations was 7-2 to move the statue to McIntyre Park. On the Stonewall Jackson statue, there were two recommendations also presented: move the statue to McIntyre Park or transform its narrative in place. The vote by the Commission on these recommendations was overwhelmingly 8-1 in favor of transforming its context in place. I would respectfully submit to you that you search for ideas and input that has already occurred. You just need to use this report as a guideline. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, that was our 10th speaker. We have two additional hands raised right now. Next, we'll go to Bruce Williamson, who will be followed by somebody joining via telephone. Last four numbers are 4212. Bruce, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Brian, members of the council. This is a very, very serious issue, as we all know. But, you know, the City Council is on the right side of history. The City Council is on the right side of history when it voted to remove the statues, and with all due respect, to not go along with the Blue Ribbon Commission. That was a piece of advice, but we're not in the same point in our local history as we were when that recommendation was made. The preservation of history is not even an issue here. These statues preserve other things, and many other speakers will speak eloquently to what these statues were meant for, what they preserve, and why they need to go. But moving a statue or taking a statue and repurposing it, melting it down, using it to create something else, is not something that destroys history. It takes care of a statue. History exists in other places and other forms. And as I've told people for years, if you go to the park where the Jackson statue or the Lee statue is, what history do you learn? You don't learn anything. You learn some of the battles that Jackson was in. There's no history there. But what I'd ask, I wanted to concentrate the remainder of my remarks on something different. And that is where you all will be as members of council when that joyful day comes for each of you. It's coming sooner for some by volunteerism, that you won't be on city council. You won't be doing the hard work that you've been doing for the years you've been doing it, and for which the community deserves you deserve the thanks of the community. And you'll look back on what you did. And I would love it if you could look back with pride and with joy and satisfaction at what you did to further the process that was begun when council originally voted to remove these statues. There are many people have talked about, and I think people will later talk about, the notion of repurposing them, taking the bronze and keeping it here in town, not running it down the road someplace else, and using it to create something else, to create something that is unifying, and to create something that shows leadership for the present day and for the future and for the benefit of all the community. So I urge you all individually and as a group to take the action that really where your heart leads you. Take the action that you know you're going to look back at in future years and say, not necessarily this exact word, this is a word I use, damn, I really made a good decision. you know, this is a tough time and there's a lot to take into account, but I made a good decision. I repurposed these things. We've created something beautiful, and the city is moving forward based on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have someone joining us via telephone. If you could tell us your name when you start speaking. And then next up is Bruce Bayless. Speaker on the telephone, you've got 3 minutes. Can you hear us? And you'll have to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, Council. My name is Robert Fudge, and thank you, Mayor Walker, for giving me an opportunity to speak earlier. I am a resident of Albemarle County and a member of the Charlottesville Friends meeting in Rose Hill, the neighborhood in the city. The white nationalists and Klansmen and neo-Nazis who came to our town in August of 2017, as everybody knows, came here from all over the country specifically to oppose the removal of the statue of Robert E. Lee. The symbolism of Lee, the principal general of the Confederate Army that fought to preserve the authority to enslave people of color, was not lost on these white nationalists. The terror they wrought on our community was meant to reinforce that they would stop at nothing to protect this icon of division and use it to enshrine their racist ideology in our town. Historic monuments should not perpetuate myths, and those we maintain should not glorify a rebellion that sought to perpetuate slavery. The hundreds of Confederate statues erected across our country in public places during Jim Crow and the Civil Rights era are emblematic of times when white supremacy was either ascendant or under threat. The lost cause narrative embedded in these Confederate statues was intended to glorify the causes of the Confederacy. We need to look no farther than the origin of their making and the white supremacist rallies occurring in their shadow to see just how these Confederate statues are tarnishing us. I agree with the esteemed 70-year-old National Trust for Historic Preservation. It issued this statement on June 18th, 2020. Quote, although Confederate monuments are sometimes designated as historic, and while many were erected more than a century ago, the National Trust supports their removal from our public spaces when they continue to serve the purpose for which they were built, to glorify, promote, and reinforce white supremacy overtly or implicitly, unquote. I believe what we choose to put on a pedestal in a public space matters. These Confederate monuments do not represent the values of Charlottesville to be an inclusive, fair-minded community. In fact, they memorialize a time when values were the opposite. It is time for them and the mindset of white supremacy they represent to go. And I would add that I am a descendant of a Confederate Army officer. He had his cause.
Thank you.
And it's not mine. Thank you.
We have 3 hands raised. Next up is Bruce Bayless, who will be followed by Matthew Gilligan. Bruce, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. And you'll have to unmute. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. Yeah, like I said, I appreciate y'all letting me talk today. My I'm an older white man. I'm a CPA, and I used to teach history at night for several years at Richland College here in Dallas. And I have ancestors who were Confederate and Union both. And to me, and I think for a lot of older white Southerners, these monuments aren't racist. Most of the monuments were put up by the UDC in memory of their dead father or grandfather. And I think, and Lee and Jackson, they did several good things in their lives. Like Lee, he participated in the Mexican War, did a good job there. And later he was president of Washington and Lee, and he was responsible for several innovations there. And Stonewall Jackson himself taught Black children when it was against the law, and he could have gone to prison for it. And so you kind of have to look at these people in the context of when they lived. And by today's standards, Lincoln would be considered a racist himself. If you look at the Lincoln-Douglas debates, several times he mentions in there where he thought that Blacks were inferior to whites. And I think you have to consider that also. So I don't believe historical monuments should be taken down. Most of these Southerners had no slaves, and that's the reason a lot of them were put up, most of them, I'd say. And so I think they should be preserved. And if you don't feel like preserving them, but I mean, if you want to be inclusive, you should be preserving them, I think. But you could contextualize them or something. But I think, in my opinion, they should be put up, but should be kept. But of course, everybody has their own opinion, and like I said, to me, they're not racist. And these people, they were a product of their times, and most people were racist during that time. So, I mean, that's what I have to say about that. And like I said, most Southerners own no slaves, so that's something else you have to consider. There's a lot you should try to consider other people's opinions. I know probably most of you all, it seems like there are not very many older white Southerners talking here, and that's what my opinion is basically. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one hand raised right now. Next up is Daniel Fairley. Daniel, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. This is Daniel Fairley. I know most of you all. It's good to see you. I know I was supposed to be at council last time, but thankfully I was on my honeymoon, so maybe spending a little better time. So I just wanted to say thank you just for being here and for all the hard work that you've done, being a part of council and everything that you all have fought for to get here today. It's incredible to think that, we're almost coming up. Next year will be the 5-year anniversary of August 11th and 12th. And it's amazing to think about how far our community has come since then. My job, as you all know, as Youth Opportunity Coordinator started in December of that year. And a lot of people thought that it was because of the riots on August 11th and 12th. But in fact, people in the city have been doing good work before then. And I think that that's a testament to show just how amazing our city is. And so with that, I just want you all to think about, with 5 years coming up, and thinking about the ways in which we can really influence and change and be the people that make the hard decisions inside of our community. I think that this is an opportunity and something that you all cannot pass up, of being the council that says that we will remove these statues. We know that it's a hard decision. We know that there is possibilities of contextualizing or adding another statue or whatever could happen. But the reason why the white supremacists and the reason why the Nazis came here was to make you all second guess yourselves. It was to make you all say, I don't really know if we should remove this statue or not. Oh, there might be some other good ideas out there. This is clear. This is very clear. The statues need to be removed. And this is something that I think we all can understand as people that have been in this community, people that love this community, people that want the best for this community, to know that contextualization will not matter, adding another statue will not matter. The white supremacists came here to keep that statue up, and in doing that and supporting whatever decision in any way that could allow you to keep up that statue, I think is supporting that, and that's silence and violence against our community. And so I just thank you all for being here and for thinking through the incredible complexities that come with the cost of taking down a statue, the where you're going to put it, do you melt down the statue? There's a lot of things that you all are thinking through that many people would not take the time, would not take the effort to do. And so I just thank you for that. And knowing that this is the reason why you're here, is to make tough decisions, to make decisions that are inclusive of our entire community, and making decisions that make sure that we can tell our history without glorifying it. We can tell the history of the Confederacy without saying these are the people that we also put on statues and raise above everyone else to look down on other people. So I take that into consideration. I thank you all for your time, and thank you for all the wonderful work that you all do.
Thank you.
And we have 2 slots left and 1 hand raised. Next up is Natalie Romero. Natalie, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, y'all. Thank you for letting me speak. I was one of the unfortunate people on the crowd that day. And I want to remind y'all that we actually haven't come very far. I also want to remind people that many of us have not gotten our medical bills paid. Many of us have not actually gotten anything out of all of the things that the city has benefited, that the university has benefited post 8th, 11th, and 12th, all the money, all of the other propaganda related basic things that have happened. While literally so many of us are still dealing with our case, it's literally still happening. We have not gotten help with medical bills. There are so many other things and assistance that really were needed for us. And this is one basic thing that you could just get done and vote on. We don't need to contextualize it. We don't need to put up more statues. I'm glad that more Southern white men aren't up here speaking. Like the previous 2 speakers mentioned, he's like, well, there's not a lot of white men speaking on this. I mean, I'm glad because we need to stop pedestaling and uplifting the voices of people that are not directly impacted by the situation. And remember why those statues were put up. The specific reasonings for the statues that were here, the specific members that paid for that, the specific entities that rallied around putting that up, the chants that they sang when they put those statues up, those matter. And the intent behind that matters. So I urge y'all to remember why they were put up. And if y'all need to have a lot of community brainstorming happens, if you need to do an entire other thing for us to come together and find solutions to this, that can be done. That's easy. So yeah, I urge y'all to really come together around this and remember that there's literally so many of y'all that can come together and come up with an amazing plan. And there are amazing people in the community that already have plans. And there are other cities and other people in other communities that have already done this work. So lean on the people who are urging y'all to do this. Lean on the community that have literally been holding us together post 8/12. Y'all got this. Y'all got this. This is a no-brainer for real. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
That was our 15th speaker. There's an opportunity for one more speaker at this time. If you want to click the raise hand icon, you can get in line. There will be a public hearing for the utility rates and the Confederate statues following council's break. Our next speaker is Walt Heinecke. Walt, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Can't wait to see you all in person again at a council meeting. I wanted to talk about another issue that has been on my mind. The Daily Progress reported a story about the causes of the recent violence in our community. And I kept looking for, the answer in that article and didn't really see it until, there was one sentence in there that was basically saying that the recent spate of violence in our community has been related to economics and poverty. And then it didn't really go on to talk much more about that. And I think it's time for us as a community to start asking hard questions. Excuse me, hard questions about that simple statement, which isn't so simple. It's pretty complex. And determining why we have these income inequalities in our own community and how they are specifically leading to violence. And until we understand, I think, that connection, we're not going to get to the point of ameliorating the violence. So I think it's really time for us to dig deep on economic inequality in our city. And I think you should use all the resources at your at hand, for instance, the Human Rights Commission and other commissions, to get to the bottom and the foundation about why this economic inequality in our town is leading to violence. What's the translation from economic inequality to violence? I know that the folks that are involved in the violence probably have a story about why they were engaged in the violence. And how much time have we really spent asking them about why they were involved in that violence and how it relates to economic issues and poverty and inequality in our city? And I think, we've been dancing around this for a long time, and it's time to figure out why, what is the source of this economic inequality, especially by race in this town. And I don't think that it's a superficial answer. I think it's going to take some thought. I think it's going to take some energy by council using its commissions and really focusing in on the causes of the relationship between income inequality and violence in our town. And I don't think we've gone far enough, and we're not hearing enough about why and how these things are happening. It's treated very superficially, and yet it's a significant problem, especially for the people who are forced by economic situations to engage in such activity. I mean, we all know that the economic superstructure really frames individual activity and action. So it's time for us to get to the bottom of that. And I hope that you'll take that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, that was our 16th speaker. We do have one additional hand raised.
Okay, yeah, so we can take that additional comments during the public hearings or at the end of the meeting during the last community matters section or matters by the public. All right. Are there any comments or questions? No, all right. So, yeah, I have some comments, but I'll reserve them until the hearing, public hearing. So, all right, so we'll take a break until 8:25, our 15 minutes, and then we will come back for our first public hearing. All right. Vice Mayor McGill, are you there? All right.
Stuck on the floor.
Okay. I call this meeting back to order. Next up, we have a public hearing on amending reordaining Charlottesville City Code Chapter 31 Utilities to establish new utility rates, service fees for gas, city gas, water, and sanitary sewer. This is the first of 2 readings, and there will be a public hearing after the presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm Chris Cullinan. I'm the Director of Finance for the city. I'm joined by Lauren Hildebrand, our Director of Utilities. Lauren is going to give a brief overview on the utility operations, and I'm going to do a brief presentation on the financial pro formas and the proposed utility rates effective July 1st. Just a quick refresher on the utility finances. As you'll recall, these are enterprise funds. They are only supported by the rates, the revenues generated by those rates, and those rate revenues stay within their respective utilities. For example, water revenues stay with the water fund, wastewater with wastewater, et cetera. We plan to operate them on a break-even basis. There's no profit built in, as you would see with a private utility provider. Water, wastewater, and stormwater utility services and infrastructure are provided within the city limits. For natural gas, it's the city as well as the urban ring of Albemarle County. And when we think about our utility bills, there are really 3 pieces of it. There's the how much of it do you consume, how many cubic feet, the volumetric rate that you're charged based on your usage, and then the monthly service charge that recoups some of our fixed costs associated with providing utilities. And then the other reminder is that due to COVID, the utility rates remained unchanged last year, and thus have not been adjusted for 2 years. And so with that, I'm going to turn over to Ms. Hildebrand to go through the utility operations.
Brian, if you could load our presentation, please. Thank you. Just want to highlight some of the details about the Department of Utilities operations. Next slide. So the city utilities maintains water distribution and wastewater collection systems for city customers. Wastewater and wastewater by the numbers, we serve 14,800 customers. We deliver over 4.5 million gallons of water daily. We maintain 184 miles of water mains and 172 miles of wastewater lines. And last year we documented that we handled over almost 9,200 work orders were completed. And this is any work associated with meters or city water, wastewater lines. In addition, Ravenna Water and Sewer Authority handles the water and wastewater treatment for the area. And they are one of our partners that also provides essential water and wastewater services to the community. Regarding water quality, the city recently completed its annual consumer confidence report that details the regular testing. Next slide, Brian, please. Recently finished its consumer confidence report that details the regular testing of our drinking water to ensure it is safe and reliable. And you can view this report on the city's utilities website. Utilities also maintains inspection records for 850 backflow or cross-connection devices. And these devices are installed to preclude water from flowing from businesses back into our city's distribution system. And they're required to be installed for buildings that are generally greater than 3 stories high, buildings that have fire suppression systems, or certain types of commercial businesses. Regarding water loss, we want to minimize water loss or unaccounted for water that leaks from the system. And if we minimize this water loss, it has a direct impact on the revenue. Regarding water loss, we test our meters that are greater than 1.5 inches. These are the large meters within our system, and they're tested regularly to make sure that they're calibrated properly. And we also have a replacement program to replace these large water meters. So last year we documented we replaced 48 large water meters. And since the program's inception, we've replaced 323 of these meters. Every year we also do a system-wide leak detection survey in order to minimize water loss. And usually this is completed in the fall when groundwater levels are very low. And they use sophisticated equipment that uses sound to detect leaks. And once they find these leaks, they're repaired in-house. Last year, we documented that we found 6 leaks total. And this is pretty good for our system. We also have an asset management program that encompasses the water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. As everybody knows, piping systems can be problematic. And we look at those problems and prioritize them based on certain criteria. Last year, we replaced over 5,900 linear feet of water main. And this encompasses about 9.5% of the entire water system since the program began. We also rehabilitate wastewater lines and replace them. Last year, we documented over 4,200 linear feet of wastewater mains were replaced or rehabilitated. And since the program's inception, we've actually rehabbed or replaced 27% of the wastewater system. Regarding the stormwater system, we documented we replaced or rehabilitated over 5,200 linear feet of stormwater main last year. And since the program's inception, we've replaced 9.1% of that stormwater system. We also maintain a natural gas system that provides natural gas to city customers in certain parts of Albemarle County. By the numbers, we serve 20,900 customers. We maintain 340 miles of gas main. And last year, we completed over 12,000 work orders, and these can be associated with gas meters or gas lines. Within the gas system, we have a greenhouse gas reduction strategy, and this includes energy efficiency programs that include rebates for programmable thermostats, tankless water heaters, and a new rebate we started last year is an attic installation rebate for $200. We also have a program that's in coordination with LEET, our gas energy efficiency program, that offers energy efficiency upgrades at no cost to income qualified households. This program started as a pilot program a couple of years ago, but has been so popular that it was established as a regular program within our budget in last year. And so far, we've served 84 gas customers, and they've benefited from this program. We also have included in this year's budget a carbon offset program, and this is to align with the city's climate action plan goals. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris to go over the financial aspects.
Thank you, Lauren. So cumulatively, the 4 utilities, their annual budget totals about $61 million. Obviously, a very significant portion of the city's overall finances. For water, we're looking at revenue requirements of about $13.9 million in the upcoming fiscal year, and for wastewater, a little bit more at $16.1 million. And as you'll see in both of the charts here, the largest single expenses for both utilities is the purchase of drinking water from Ravenna on the water side, and the purchase of water treatment by Ravenna on the wastewater side. We also have the debt service for city infrastructure, for the water distribution system and the wastewater collection system, as well as the operations and maintenance costs associated with, and the portion of the utility billing office associated with the work effort to serve each utility. On the next slide, you'll see for gas, it's the largest of the 4 utilities with a revenue requirement of about $27.6 million in FY22, and the largest component of that being the purchase of natural gas from our natural gas supplier, BP. And there you see that as well. Several of the same categories for capital improvements, city operations, the payment in lieu of taxes, and customer service. One thing to note about the gas utility, this year marks the first year in the last several that the gas utility is actually debt-free. We made the final payment on the bonds associated with its upgrade and expansion that were issued 20 years ago. So yes, we actually do pay our debts off occasionally, although I know we issue every year and pay it off gradually, but it's rare that we can actually demonstrate and see that in one of the discrete budgets, but that's the case this year in gas. For stormwater, the annual revenue requirement is about $3.5 million. And again, that's for both operations and for capital improvements. And so to support those revenue requirements, we're looking at the proposed change in the volumetric rates based on how much you use for next year, with water increasing by 7.3%, wastewater 1.5%, and natural gas going down slightly. For the stormwater utility, we're not looking at any changes to the current fees. And in addition, for water and sewer, we're also looking at a $1 per month increase for 94% of our customers who have that small 5/8 inch water meter, going from $10 a month to $11 a month. And again, approximately 94% of our customers have the small meter. Those larger meters, as you can see, there's proportionality to the size and its impact on our infrastructure systems and our fixed costs and the resulting changes associated with that. We're not proposing any changes to the monthly service charge for natural gas service. And so for the average customer in the city who receives all 4 utilities and uses an average amount of water, produces an average amount of wastewater, uses an average amount of natural gas, and owns an average size property, you're looking at a little less than $3 per month increase for all 4 utilities. And this incorporates both the volumetric rate changes as well as the changes to the monthly service fee for water and wastewater. You can see those broken out amongst the 4 utilities, but to the bottom line, it's a little less than $3 a month, about 2.4% increase. And so that concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have or any questions that may arise during the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, do you have any questions at this time? No. All right, Mr. Willer, we can open up the public hearing.
Thank you. If you'd like to address council on the utility rates, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press star 9. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. And I do not see any hands going up, going once, going twice. There are no hands raised, Mayor Walker.
All right, thank you. Councilors, any questions? All right, I'll just say that we all had 221, so that's probably why there aren't any questions. And the fact of our next item is probably going to get a lot of feedback, and we want to give space for that. But I think, as I said during the meeting, and I'm sure you heard from other councilors, just thank you. I always appreciate this report. It's always thorough, and all of the questions are answered. So appreciate that. And so the public hearing is closed and no questions from councilors. So this is just going to move to the next council meeting on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Lauren and Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next is will be a public hearing also for approving removal, relocation, contextualization, or covering of statues of the Confederate General Lee and Jackson currently located within city parks. This is one reading.
Mayor Walker. I am so sorry to interrupt you. I had left off the raise hand icon for that. for that utility rates public hearing. So if we could
Okay.
just check back and make sure we didn't miss anybody.
Okay, let's do that.
Sorry about that.
And could somebody make sure that Chris and Lauren are if we have any questions that they can jump back on?
So once again, if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on the utility rates, please click the raise hand icon. And we do have one person. Brad Slocum, you're on with City Council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Hi, my name's Brad. I am no longer a city resident, but I do still work in the city and was a longtime resident for most of the last decade. I loved hearing that the gas debt was paid off, and I think that's a great opportunity to consider what divesting from gas will look like for the city. That will likely be a reality, if not in the next decade, then in the next couple of decades, which for a lot of us is our lifetime in the area. And so I'd like to suggest that the council consider what ways they can help assist residents to divest from gas infrastructure in their homes and subsidize alternatives. Electrification is going to be a key part of decarbonizing our community and the rest of the country. And so knowing that we can actually pay off the debts on the infrastructure we do have.
You're welcome. I've got them in my office.
Oh, we see them. Thank you.
So yeah, just want to make that suggestion now while we're looking at, the payable balanced budgets and think about ways that we can subsidize, particularly for lower income residents who are most significantly affected by high utility bills, and how we can help them invest in more energy efficient infrastructure and eventually gas free infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And again, my apologies. We do have another speaker now, Natalie Romero. Natalie, you're on with council about utility rates. Go ahead, you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, y'all. Just super quickly, I just heard a little bit about some increases in there. I understand the necessity to increase, or some of those bills would increase. I understand that. However, I just want to make sure that we're making sure to give out to the community more resources to help folks pay off stuff. Like how Dominion just passed the, how we could be getting more money from it, for example, from Dominion to help people pay off stuff. I just want to remind folks that not all of us are being able to pay our bills right now, that the pandemic really, really put a lot of us in a big hole. And so I just want to vocalize that the city council as well, making sure that we're putting out information to help folks pay off their stuff, or doing the efforts to make sure that some of that could be subsidized, especially with current conditions. So just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I'll just quickly, I think that's been a priority of the entire council during the pandemic, to make sure that money is allocated either through the pathway funds or other funding, to make sure that we help stabilize families as much as possible. There was also, Chris, if you wanted to talk about the state grant.
Sure. So as a reminder, the city received about $200,000 in CARES funding from the Commonwealth, which was allocated for assistance with utility bills, which we've already used that at this point. Another reminder is we actually budget an amount every year for assistance, for our normal assistance programs, and those funds are in the budget as well. And then the new American Rescue Plan does contain funds for utility relief payments. It's my understanding those funds are going to go to the Commonwealth and then be distributed. Unfortunately, I don't know what the amount is, when it's going to be distributed, what the eligibility requirements are, those sorts of things. But we're remaining vigilant and keeping abreast of the information as it becomes available. And so when those funds are available, we'll obviously make sure that we apply for them. or if it's through one of our nonprofit partners to make sure that they're aware of it and they get in the line as well.
Thank you.
And there are no other hands raised, Mayor Walker.
Okay. All right, so now we will close the public hearing.
Mayor Walker, very quickly. I just wanted to make people aware. A lot of the times this information will come out in utility bills about how to be able to apply for assistance with your utility bills during something like this. So even if you're on a scheduled payment plan, please make sure you check your utility bills because a lot of information often comes in those.
And if I could add, Mayor Walker and Council, when we received the CARES funds, in addition to what the Vice Mayor mentioned, we actually had a targeted campaign to reach those folks because in that particular instance, those funds required folks to apply for them and to attest that COVID had impacted their ability to pay their bills. Again, we don't know what the eligibility requirements are for the next round of money, but I think it's fair. It's a fair assumption. I think it's going to be something similar to that. And so we've got a little bit of some experience under our belt, so to speak, about that outreach, how to get to those folks in a variety of means via U.S. mail, email, phone calls. Our utility billing staff is familiar with a lot of those customers already through existing payment plans. And so I would anticipate a very proactive outreach effort when those funds become available to make folks aware of those and to ensure that they're applying correctly for the maximum amount they might be eligible for.
All right, thank you. All right. Councilors, are there any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you all for coming back and have a good evening. So we're going to move back into public hearing, the second public hearing, which is the approving removal, relocation, contextualization, and covering of the statues currently located within city parks. And it's one reading. And we'll turn it over to Mr. Boyles.
Okay. Am I on?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks. Had to switch back over to the headset. Mayor and Council, beginning in March 2016, Council has considered the removal of Confederate statues in Charlottesville. A community Blue Ribbon Committee advised Council on actions for the statues. The Virginia State Supreme Court and the Commonwealth General Assembly both have designated certain procedures required to relocate, remove, contextualize, or cover such statues. Council now has before you tonight for consideration a resolution to remove, contextualize, relocate, or cover these statues after a 30-day period has expired that allows consideration of relocation to a museum, historical society, government, or military battlefield. City staff, after consideration, recommends the approval of this resolution. And we're here to answer any questions that we may be able.
All right, thank you. Okay, councilors, any questions at this point? All right, Mr. Wheeler, I'll turn it over to you. And you have record of who spoke previously?
I do.
Okay.
And so your guidance is that those people would not be able to speak again?
Yes, until unless they had comments at the end of the meeting.
Great. So if you'd like to address council, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar to get in line. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. If you're currently watching the broadcast on Facebook Boxcast, or on TV 10, you'll need to register for the Zoom webinar to join us virtually. You can do that by clicking on the meeting link at charlottesville.gov/Zoom. Once you register, you'll get a link sent to you via email so you can join the meeting. Each person tonight will have one opportunity to speak for up to 3 minutes, and I'll call upon people in the order in which they have raised their hands. A timer will be visible on the screen for your reference, and when I enable your microphone, you'll need to unmute yourself before you begin speaking, and we'll be glad to confirm that we can hear you. We currently have 19 people with their hands raised, and we have 80 people in the audience. Our first speaker is Kat Mayberry, who will be followed by Gail Hyder-Wiley. Kat, you're on with City Council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I am an old white Southerner, so I think just in terms of one of your previous speakers, I have a different perspective than he had. And I'm only speaking from a personal perspective. I think other people can maybe speak to more important matters, but just from a personal perspective, before the pandemic, I volunteered a couple mornings a week at the Haven. And based on my shift at the Haven alone, I was estimating that I walked by the Lee statue over 400 times in the last 4 years. And now that I'm fully vaccinated, I'd like to go back to volunteering and shopping in town. But I can tell you that the statue is a deterrent to that. The statue attracts violent, radical extremists from all over the state and all over the country. They come here specifically to the Lee statue, and they come here sometimes armed. And as recently as last month, someone was cited for an illegal firearm at the Lee statue that I know of. So there is a public safety reason to take these statues down as soon as possible. They are not benign. But for the same reason that people come here specifically, how you take these down will matter. Y'all need to get this right. People will be watching how Charlottesville handles this. I know a couple of you on council at least a little bit, and I think you all are good people. And so I'm assuming that you all would never decide to just push these statues off to be some other town, some other community's problem. I think and I believe and I hope that that is off the table, right? So I just want to urge you one step further. If your process for deciding how to handle this turns up something transformative, don't shirk. You've got the money set aside for this. And if ever there was a place and a time to do something transformative, this is it. Don't shirk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Gail Hyder-Wiley, who will be followed by Andrew Shelton. Gail, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello, council. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Wisdom from Maya Angelou. This is a lesson the Charlottesville powers that be have struggled with for a century. In the 1900s, when the Confederate statues were erected with pomp, pageantry, and loud acclaim from white supremacists as a threatening message to our Black neighbors. In the tumultuous period preceding and including the extreme right-wing rallies in 2017, when again lives were threatened and indeed taken. And up to now, when self-appointed preservationists willfully ignore the dangers these statues have always brought to our community, whether from early Jim Crow enforcers or the armed militia types who patrolled as defenders of these odious lightning rods of hate and division just last summer. White supremacists from within and from outside our community have been showing us who they are for most of 100 years. With another summer upon us, it's past time to get these statues down, out of public view, as soon as possible, with funds that were already allocated, and not ship our corrosive cast-offs elsewhere. Let's get them down and spend some time envisioning what statuary or public art might tell a more inclusive and accurate story of Charlottesville and its residents' values. Charlottesville has the nation's attention. This is our chance to change the meaning of our hashtag to one of positive vision, to perhaps quite literally beat our swords into plowshares. Have courage and vision, council members. This moment is our community's legacy and yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Shelton, who will be followed by Seth Houston. Andrew, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, I would like to thank you for everything that all of you have done in the last few years to get us to this point. And I want to speak as a white Southern male who has benefited greatly from white supremacy in my family to get to where I am in my life. I can show you where the Union troops kicked in the smokehouse door on my family's property out by Lake Anna when that was still going on. I say this to say that I understand the historical import of this moment in the same way that some of those white country speakers expressed earlier. And I would like to say that I really want these statues gone. I think it is very important to our community. I think that it is unfortunate that we've had to put up this kind of fight to get here. And I just thank you, and let's do this.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Seth Houston, who will be followed by Daniel Miller. Seth, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Seth Houston, and I own a small business here in Charlottesville on Park Street, just a block from Port Square. We build data systems for colleges and universities with the goal of expanding opportunity for students and the institutions that serve them. With this goal, understanding and working to reduce economic inequality, which is largely a product of the history of race and gender in this country, is central to what we do. Although my company works mostly remotely, I expect to host business events here in Charlottesville, and we'll be walking with my colleagues and employees past the areas where these statues currently are. Even when we work elsewhere, I look forward to proudly representing Charlottesville as a community that has grappled with its racist past and took real actions to move in a new direction. What we do next and how we do it is an important part of that story. It has always been the right decision to remove these statues. It is time to take them down now, and to really take them down, not just let someone else put them up somewhere else, to keep on representing what they represent, but in a different location. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Daniel Miller, who will be followed by Catherine Lawn. Daniel, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Howdy, y'all. I trust you'll interrupt me if all you hear is silence. I'm a white 9th generation Virginian, for what it's worth. My family moved to Virginia 35 years before it became a state. Earlier, a man spoke of, quote, older white Virginians being underrepresented in this meeting. I disagree that we're underrepresented here. I've attended the entire session and heard a diverse set of voices. I also disagree that all older white Virginians would prefer to publicly commemorate traitors to the Union and racist warmongers like General Lee. My white ancestors signed compacts in the late 1840s and 50s denouncing slavery and demanding the emancipation of and equal humanity for Black folks. My ancestors passively resisted conscription by the Confederate Army, and my great-grandfather was brought before Stonewall Jackson himself for his refusal to fight for the Confederacy. He told the warlord he would rather die than fight to perpetuate slavery. There have been white Virginians fighting alongside Black Virginians against the racist cause of the Confederates for centuries. Removing these statues isn't destroying history. It is making space for a real accounting of our past by correcting a lie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Lawn, who will be followed by Jane Smith and then Joe Zakis. Catherine, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a city resident and one of the many older white Southerners who have joined this meeting. I'm at least a third generation Virginian. And I'm here to say that I know that you will be taking the statue down, and I applaud the swiftness with which you're moving to do that. And I'm adding my voice to those who encourage you to be courageous and visionary in what happens to that statue. Our toxic waste can't go to another community. We need to think of ways to transform those statues so that they can never again be a rallying point for white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Smith, followed by Joe Zakis. Jane, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Like many others tonight, I felt called out by the earlier caller who expressed concern that not enough older Southern voices would be heard tonight. I wasn't planning to call, but that made me feel like I needed to weigh in. I'm only 71, so I'm not sure I'm quite old enough to qualify, but I'm definitely Southern enough. I've lived in Charlottesville more than 40 years, and I was born in the Mississippi Delta. I don't think you can get much more Southern than that. I feel like one of the most important things my Southern mother taught me was to always try to put myself in other people's shoes. And I'm thinking tonight about other communities that don't need those Confederate statues any more than we do. I believe Charlottesville will be better off without those statues, and I hope I can trust City Council not to send the statues to another place where they can cause more harm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Joe Zakis, who will be followed by Gregory Weaver. Joe, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Mayor Walker, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Joe Zakis, and I live in the city. Very few times in your life will you have such a clear opportunity to interrupt the cycle of white supremacy as you will by voting tonight to remove the monuments to Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. Please do it quickly, spend public money to make it happen, and continue to find other ways to disrupt systemic racism in our community. We still have a lot of work to do, but removing these monuments from public spaces will send a clear signal that we definitely want to change things and stop white supremacy. And I want to give a special shout out to our state delegate, Sally Hudson, for her key role in passing legislation that allows all localities to make local decisions about these monuments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gregory Weaver, who will be followed by Leslie Middleton. Gregory, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Greg Weaver. I live in Fry Spring. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Lost cause ideology runs deep in Virginia and can be hard to escape. I grew up in Virginia Beach, and it was in elementary school that the indoctrination began. We were taught that Lee and Jackson were proud sons of Virginia, state, even been national heroes. Figly, like some of you listening tonight, I grew up in a conservative family, and I latched onto this and so many other lost cause sympathies. I was, for the lack of a better word, brainwashed. For me, it was a long struggle to climb out of that pit. My white privilege allowed me to ignore and even deny truths in the face of a romantic childhood view of the South and of these figures. I continue my re-education, as should we all. If the statues remain, they will just allow more generations to conveniently ignore truths of history to fit their own narrative. Some will escape that trap with the help of thinking critically and considering perspectives from those not in power. An incredible many still will not, and incredible many still are not. Yet, upon learning and accepting the real history, not a narrow and selective history presented through the lens of the lost cause and whitewashing, the truth of these statues is undeniable. The figures are white supremacists. They were installed by white supremacists. They were the tools of white supremacy when installed, and they continue to attract and be the tools of white supremacy today. The Lee and Jackson statues must be completely destroyed. We cannot sell them. They were commissioned by a rich white supremacist. Surely another will purchase them cheaply, with as little financial burden as when one buys a candy bar. We cannot allow them to become someone's perverse trophies of not only our city's trauma, but of the trauma of generations of communities of color, especially our Black and brown communities, and the trauma of a nation that as of yet has not found the way to completely heal. We cannot donate them to a museum. The wrong representation will easily both sides them, similar to what previous speaker Mr. Hamilton seems to want to do. If a museum wants to document them, let them do so as they were made to be documented, with photos of them surrounded by the Klan, by Nazis, by white supremacists. We cannot relocate them. They are beacons of the lost cause, of the rewriting of history, of an education system that has preyed and continues to prey on countless minds, of a brainwashing that many of our neighbors and family members, including my own, have not shaken, of legal subjugation of people of color, of sustained local and national trauma. Relocating white supremacy does not eliminate it. The nation's eyes are on us. We must lead. Trying to atone for centuries of evil starts here. We must destroy them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Middleton, who'll be followed by Kristen Zakis. Leslie, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Walker and city councilors. My name is Leslie Middleton. I live in Albemarle County now after having lived for over 20 years in the city. I urge you tonight to support the resolution before you and to proceed with all haste in removing the statues as the law now permits and as the legal issues have been addressed. I ask also that this be accomplished prior to the 4-year anniversary of the traumatic and deadly events that were precipitated by an earlier council's decision to remove the statues. In these 4 years, this community has been engaged in efforts to shift the balance of power, wealth, and influence so that we might better welcome and celebrate and empower the many residents who have for years and generations been disenfranchised. These processes have been imperfect, but this resolution offers council the opportunity to show its resolve to continue the essential community healing and work by removing these symbols that were installed during the Jim Crow era for the precise purpose of intimidating Black residents and visitors. As an Albemarle resident, I supported the removal of the Johnny Reb statue in Court Square, and I was disappointed at the decision to send it to another community. This council has the opportunity to make a different kind of choice. As a resident of the greater Charlottesville community, one who regularly shops, dines, and goes to church in the city of Charlottesville, I support the removal of these statues and the undertaking of a robust community process to transform them physically and energetically into a symbol of the ongoing transformation of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen Zakis, who will be followed by Linda Dukes. Kristen, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council. I've already spoken to you about this issue, and I think you know where I stand. I've been advocating since 2012 for the removal of Charlottesville's monuments to men who fought against the U.S. government for the right to enslave their neighbors. But I was merely joining a long line of people Most of them are African American neighbors who understood the real effect of these monuments to racism ever since they were erected in the early 20th century. I'll leave it to others tonight to share their wonderful ideas for what can be done with the material from these statues, and will simply reiterate the need to act quickly to take them down, and the need to get them out of the public eye as soon as possible so that they can no longer serve as beacons of white supremacy to those who still yearn for the days of the antebellum South. These actions may cost the city money, but when I was on city council in 2017, we set aside $500,000 for this purpose because we understood that it's the city's responsibility to undo the damage that has been done by allowing them to stand here all these years. I'd also like to thank the hundreds of local residents who've contacted City Council over the years, who organized to change state law, barring removal of Confederate monuments in other Virginia localities, who've advocated publicly and privately for their removal. It hasn't been easy. Violent backlash from those who uphold the principles of white supremacy, idealized in these monuments, has cost lives and livelihoods. But Charlottesville's residents have been firm in affirming that hate has no place here. Please honor the wishes of your constituents and remove these vestiges of the lost cause as soon as possible and take them out of public view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Dukes, who will be followed by Callie Gaston. Linda, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Mayor Walker and members of council, my name is Linda Dukes. In addition to the morally untenable glorification of generals who fought against the United States to preserve slavery, these statues are lightning rods for white supremacist groups who still promote the lost cause narrative. The statues need to be removed as soon as possible, with the city paying for their removal. I am a resident of Albemarle County, but Charlottesville is still the community center for all of us. Although Albemarle County deserves credit for being the first locality in Virginia to remove a Confederate statue, by allowing Johnny Reb to be sent to a place where it can still be venerated, it made a mistake. Charlottesville can do better by not sending Lee and Jackson to another location. What would be exciting would be completely transform the Lee statue in the manner of a butterfly. In a chrysalis, a caterpillar melts, and the goo changes into a butterfly. Why not melt the statue and have the community design something to represent all of us? Let's have Charlottesville lead the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corey Price, who will be followed by Brad Slocum. Corey, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Walker and council. My name is Corey Price, and I am an artist and arts organizer in our community, as well as at least a fourth-generation Virginian and a proud Black woman. I'm here tonight to express my support for removing the Lee and Jackson statues immediately. And by removal, I mean completely out of public view until our community has decided on what further action will begin to heal the harm they have caused us all. From an artist's perspective, the statues don't offer any artistic value to our city. For example, the Lee statue has many disproportionate features, including the horse's tail, Lee's gloves, hat brim, boots, and sword. Not only are these statues symbols and idols of white supremacy, but they are eyesores, and they do not belong as a part of Charlottesville's vibrant art scene, nor in any part of any other community. I believe that the removal of both statues presents the city with a great opportunity to transform not only these spaces, but the city itself. These statues have become a part of Charlottesville's and our legacy, and it is our job as council members and as citizens to make this city a better, more inclusive place. I encourage this council and the community to imagine and envision how we could transform a space of oppression and white supremacy into a space of unity and inclusion. Thank you for your time.
And previously we had Callie Gaston listed as next to speak. Zoom dropped her to the end of the list, so let me just check in. Callie, are you ready to speak now?
I am. Thank you for your
Okay.
patience.
Yep, go ahead.
Unstable internet. Thank you very much to all of you for taking the time to listen this evening to us. I want to say the following. These statues must come down and not be put up anywhere else after this. They are symbols of hate, of white supremacy, and as such must be removed and repurposed. As a downtown property and business owner, I want people of every color to feel welcome in our town, and I want that for all communities. Therefore, these statues must come down and not go back up anywhere. The materials of these statues have great potential for the expression of a very different message, one of inclusivity, one of healing. Let Charlottesville be a way shower, a leader at the front of this long overdue wave of change. It takes courage to do what is right, and I believe you, the City Council, have that courage. Thank you for standing strong for the sake of our whole community.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brad Slocum, who will be followed by Frank Dukes. Brad, you're on the City Council again. You've got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
It's like, thank you. So, yes, Brad Slocum, until recently, city resident, and I'd just like to touch on a couple points related to what other speakers have said. I do believe the statues need to be taken down, and I'd like to just point to the section of the resolution that authorizes the city to designate a final disposition of the statues or either of them. They both need to be taken down. This is coming from a younger person who also grew up with the lost cause narrative, and I'm ashamed to say that I helped perpetuate that for a number of years, and I continue to unlearn a lot of that. I will also say, as a survivor of violence in August 2017, I still get a fight or flight response walking near the corner by the library where I was stabbed in the stomach with a flagpole, and actually thought, oh, this is it. And so part of my response to that physical and mental trauma is to surveil the far right online. And these statues continue to be a rallying cry for them, even as recently as the January 6th insurrection. Pictures, original pictures, not reposted pictures of these statues were posted in far right forums online, saying it's time, for a sympathy rally. This is where we need to meet up to cause further violence in the wake of that insurrection. So this is still a relevant thing. I belonged in a museum. If you really want to preserve them, get a drone or some LiDAR, do a scan of it, digitally archive that with someone who can take care of it so that they can't be rebuilt. But they need to be melted down, preferably turned into something else that actually will benefit folks. I think it would be sweet to have commemorative coins that say I helped take down the statues, and then use those funds to help the folks who are still suffering from those events, and of course the history and centuries of trauma. I know that what I've experienced is a fraction of what the community here has and elsewhere, and we need to take every step, every chance we have to ameliorate that and move forward. So please take them down, melt them down, get rid of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Frank Dukes, who will be followed by Amanda Moxham. Frank, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Walker and councilors and staff. My name is Frank Dukes. I moved here to the city in 1973. I'm currently a county resident. I'm also an older white man whose 8th great-grandfather arrived in 1640 in Virginia. It's not a point of pride, but it is a point of fact. And I've heard a few people distort the Blue Ribbon Commission. When I served on the 2016 Charlottesville Blue Ribbon Commission on Race, Memorials, and Public Spaces, the only good arguments for keeping the Lee and Jackson statues in their parks downtown had nothing to do with teaching history. You look at the report, it makes that very clear that they teach a false history. The only reason that they could stay possibly was the fear of whitewashing our racial history. and the idea that removing them would make us a feel-good moment. We could congratulate ourselves and then forget how deeply white supremacy was and is embedded in our community. So I joined most of the commission in believing the statues could be transformed as explicit messages of anti-racism, either in place or in another location, by lowering them in the ground or removing them from their pedestals or putting them behind covers or barbed wire fencing, and by adding anti-racist language that confronts directly the lost cause mythology that supported white supremacy. That didn't work. We were wrong. Those statues continue to serve as a rallying point for the latest and growing face of white supremacy and fascism and hatred, a movement that has expanded its targets to include the trans and other LGBTQ community, the Jewish community, the Muslim community, immigrants, and more. I'm under no illusions that taking down those monuments will stop this movement. But removing the Lee and Jackson statues so they no longer maintain their physical presence in any visible space will send a powerful message of support to those targeted by these white supremacists, Nazis, and skewers of hate. And it will send a message to those who defile our community that we fully reject their words and their actions. Albemarle County went part way, but let Johnny Reb defile another community. Remove them, ensure they will never again be used anywhere as emblems of white supremacy. This is only part of the work we need to do, but it is a necessary part. Let's study and learn our real history. Let's do the work of racial equity and justice. Let's right those wrongs whose origins lay in our distant past, but whose legacies continue to deeply permeate our community and our nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amanda Moxham, who will be followed by Miranda Elliott Rader. Amanda, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Moxham, and I'm a representative of Hate Free Schools Coalition and a resident of Albemarle County. And I also drive by the Lee and Jackson statues at least twice a week, Monday through Friday, and usually on the weekend as well. So I'm very familiar. In 2018, Charlottesville City Schools banned Confederate imagery. In 2019, Albemarle County Public Schools banned Confederate imagery from the school system. In 2020, the Johnny Reb statue was removed. Now the time has come for Charlottesville to finalize the removal and transformation of the Lee and Jackson statues. The groundwork has been laid, the momentum is here, and we are ready. It's time to remove and transform these statues through the creative energy that exists in this community. We are tired of performative unity. We are ready for transformative healing. And most importantly, we owe it to our children and the many generations who aren't born yet. We owe them spaces in which white supremacy is not the default. The world is watching, but more importantly, our children are watching. Thank you, and I hope that we can work as a community to make some true change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miranda Elliott Rader, who will be followed by Ben Doherty. Miranda, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Miranda Elliott Rader. I live in Charlottesville on Shamrock Road. I am also speaking as an artist here in our community, and I find that I'm speaking in favor of the value of conceptual art in some sense. I think that the best choice for our city is to transform the Lee and Jackson statues into different public art. Many people have said giving them to other communities is not an acceptable option. We can't send these to have other high schoolers in other towns have to petition their city councils. Reputable museums that tell a nuanced American history don't want these statues and they don't need them. And while completely destroying and discarding them is an option, I don't think that that is as good for helping us heal. I moved to Charlottesville in 2013, and I remember seeing the Jackson statue on the very first day that I came to Charlottesville and thinking, oh my God, what am I getting myself into? Am I going to be safe here? I don't know. And I was also downtown in August of 2017. So for my healing and for all of our healing, I ask that you take down both statues as quickly as possible and store them until you can have them made into other public monuments. These statues are symbols, and everything we do to them is symbolic. It was immensely valuable to me personally that they were covered with black plastic after August 2017. It made a big difference. When we remove them, the space of their absence will hum with meaning. And the best choice I think that we can do with them is to make them into a symbol that contains who we have been and also shows us who we wish to be. I know that there are plenty of people in our community who may try to object that transforming the statues would mean forgetting them or ignoring the past, and I think that just the opposite is true, that even if the explanatory plaque of where this other thing came from is very small, once you know that this was made of that, you won't forget. So thank you so much for being brave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Doherty, be followed by Nancy Carpenter. Ben, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ben Doherty. I'm a resident of the city. Like so many who have spoken tonight, I urge City Council to remove both the Lee and Jackson statues as soon as possible. They've caused harm long enough. And to do so, to remove them before the upcoming anniversary of August 11th and 12th. And after removing the statues, the city should ensure that they never cause harm again by making sure they are not foisted on another community, nor allowed to go anywhere to become another center of Confederate worship or magnet to white supremacist violence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Carpenter, who will be followed by Edward Smith. Nancy, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council, for having this public hearing on a very important topic. I cannot be as eloquent as some of the other speakers in regards to removing these statues, but I will share at least one anecdote because someone prior to me said something about how these statues will still draw these big lie Confederate neo-fascist neo-Nazis to our city. Sunday was a beautiful day, as you all remember, and I wanted to have my lunch outside. I wanted to enjoy the breeze, enjoy the sun, sit under big shade trees, and just relax. So I purchased my lunch, and I decided, that Court Square would be a nice place to have my lunch. There's some beautiful big trees there that provide magnificent shade. The weather was just perfect. And, even though that statue was there, I was there just to enjoy the weather. About 20 minutes into my, scrolling on my phone and eating, a gentleman sat probably about 25 feet away from me in one of the other benches on the other side of that, within my eyesight, I and his. It was obvious that he was a park watcher. He was obviously thinking that I was going to do something to that darn statue. And I didn't let him bother me. I proceeded to do what I was going to do and leave the park. And as I was letting my car cool down, I noticed this gentleman walk to where I had been sitting, walk around the statue, like, dude, what am I going to do in broad daylight? So that statue is still promoting what happened in 2017. And I think that this council has a moral obligation to change the narrative that was established in the 1920s when a previous white male-dominated city council bought into Paul McIntyre's FU to the United States by erecting both those statues. And don't give them to another community to visit that trauma on them. I like the idea of commemorative coins. I have a few people that probably could use a coin upside the head if you really want to think about it. But please remove those statues and really do use that timeline of prior to the next anniversary of A11 or A12, because so many people that you've heard from tonight were physically injured, mentally injured, or lost their life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Carpenter was our 20th speaker. We have 11 hands raised right now. If you're on Facebook or watching the Boxcast feed or TV 10 and you want to join the conversation and get in line to speak, go to charlottesville.gov/Zoom and register for the Zoom webinar. You'll get an email with instructions on how to join the webinar. I am getting reports that the Facebook audio may be a little bit out of sync, so we apologize for that. But you can always join us on Zoom or watch the feed on the city's website at charlottesville.gov/streaming. Our next speaker is Edward Smith, who will be followed by Don Gathers. Edward, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you for letting me speak this evening. Many of these statues are of great Virginian soldiers and leaders, many of whom who did not believe in slavery. They fought for the Confederacy because they could not fight against their own Virginians. Robert E. Lee, for example, inherited slaves but quickly freed them when he could. Lee was arguably one of the best military minds in United States history. He was able to lead men better than anybody in the South, and President Eisenhower once said, Lee was a man of character, public standing, and unquestioned loyalty. Lee and Jackson were not fighting to preserve slavery, but actually to preserve states' rights that the North was denying them. Stonewall Jackson was a great man and leader also. Getting the name Stonewall is not something everybody can obtain. Likely, Jackson was against slavery, but did not want to turn against his state. Virginians were strong and still are. Before the war, Jackson illegally taught at a black Sunday school because he saw how unfair things were for them and was trying to help as best as he could. These statues cannot be taken down. They are of great Virginians who were fighting to preserve their homeland from northern invaders. Many monuments were put up to honor the soldiers who never made it home, Union and Confederate. Many families would never learn what happened to their husbands and sons, which is the main reason for these monuments and memorials. By taking down these statues, you'd be setting a dangerous precedent for all of history. Thank you for listening, and I hope you can vote to keep these historic monuments to two great Virginians up in Charlottesville. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Gathers, who will be followed by Lena Seville. Don, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
For the love of God. Good evening, council. My name is Don Gathers. I had the honor and privilege of chairing the Blue Ribbon Commission on Race Memorials and Public Spaces. And I must say that I envy you all, because you all have the opportunity tonight to not only be a part of history and to make history, but to also come down on the right side of history. And that's a rarity in government, as we've seen in the last few years here lately. And make no mistake about it, there is no gray area on this. There is no middle ground. And history will judge what exactly we as a community and you as a council do on this night. You can't. There's nothing in the middle for you to decide about. Confucius say, man who rides fence gets picket up ass. So either decide one way or the other where you're going to fall on this, and I pray that you fall on the right side. It's time for those things to come down. It's past time for those things to come down. It's time to change the narrative in this community. And while we're talking about change, George Lichtenberg said, I cannot say rather things will get better if we change. What I can say is they must change if we are to get better. Andy Warhol said they always say time changes things, but you actually have to change them yourself. And President Barack Obama said, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We're the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we speak. I urge you that if you, up until the point that you decide to take these things down, and please don't send them somewhere else. If my trash ends up in a neighbor's yard, it's still trash. But please don't send this problem to somewhere else. Those things are like the bat signal for white supremacists. Wherever they land, those people, if you will show up. So please them most expeditiously, because now is the time. 51 years ago on the steps of the Jefferson, Martin Luther King said, now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to raise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation into the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksand of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality to all of God's children. If you want to try to contextualize that park, I might suggest this. Melt the statue down, have someone transform it into a rainbow arc in all the beautiful pride colors, and listen to white supremacist heads explode immediately afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lena Seville, who will be followed by Nick McCarthy Rivera. Lena, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, council and everybody else. I'm at a bit of a loss for words, which is pretty unusual for me. Others tonight have spoken so well that I don't feel like there's a lot I need to say. This has been a really long road, and the answer just seems so obvious. We know what they are. We know the purpose behind them. They need to go. And we shouldn't be responsible for dumping them onto some other community. Transformation is the only responsible choice, so please remove them and melt them down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nick McCarthy Rivera, who will be followed by Laricia Hawkins. Nick, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hey, y'all. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what other people have said, even though I agree with it. I will say that I do want to highlight and emphasize a couple things that were said previously. For public safety, for the safety of the communities that live around here, I think I know you probably want to get it out here as fast as you can. Let's make sure that happens before the anniversary. Also, this may sound strange, but I actually think it may not be a good idea to cover him. I think that will just bring more. It'll be an invitation to dangerous racists coming to mess with whatever you cover it with, and I think that it might be best just to rip off the Band-Aid and just get those statues out of here as quick as possibly. Also, I want to make sure that when we talk about transformation, some people, when they say it, it almost sounds like recontextualizing. Transformation has to be huge, and I agree with others that it needs to be melted down. The stone needs to be reworked into something that, and I think we should prioritize Black anti-racist artists or an artist. I think of Rumors of War, something that combats the white supremacist lost cause narrative that these statues are and represent. It needs to be something antithetical to that. And if we need to take time to find the right artist or artists, I think that's fine as long as the statues are nowhere near any space that they can be seen by anyone. And certainly not sent to some other community. On an unrelated note, I appreciate the ways in which y'all have made these city council sessions more accessible with increasing the closed captions and the way that you can make the size of the closed captions larger. I suggest maybe working to get Spanish on here as well. And that when we transition, hopefully soon, away from COVID times, and maybe move away from Zoom, that you still work to make sure that these accessible features are still a regular part of city council meetings.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laricia Hawkins, who will be followed by Brandon Collins. Laricia, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, City Council. Of course, just as I am coming online. I lost my notes. But I wanted to speak to the realities of life in Charlottesville, Virginia in this moment. Specifically, thinking about, as I listened to City Council this evening, even as I listened to the testimony of many of my activist colleagues, many of my neighbors. I myself forgot to say I live in the Fry Spring neighborhood. I'm a resident of Charlottesville. It occurs to me as a professor at the intersection of religion and race and politics at the University of Virginia that what we're often doing in these situations and in these cases is trying to prime the pump by getting people who, those in charge, those in power, are more prone to listen to because it's spoken in their voice. The person speaking is speaking in a tone that doesn't sound shrill and dissonant to them. But I'm here to say that I'm offended that we need the testimony of white women and men, the liberal elite, the capital of the resistance, where white professors with Black Lives Matter signs in their yard call the popo when somebody like me darkens their doorstep, and send their kids to schools where they are surely never to rub shoulders with kids Black like me. I wonder if we can hear the testimony of Black folk like Deacon Don Gathers, who just spoke, like those who were born of the bodies of enslaved laborers and tilled the soil of Monticello but have no stake in the ground there? Can we hear the blood of my ancestors crying from the ground on Basie Bryce Mountain down the road? The clank of the iron workers, the shovel of John Henry. I'm Sally Hemings' ghost, here to haunt City Hall, to remind you that racial and economic progress do not proceed by hiding these ignominious symbols, these false prophets extolling the mantle of a gentile past of war and honor that were only horror for people of color. Virginia and America's shame does not belong in museums. They deserve to be destroyed because that's what reparative justice and restorative justice would look like. Saving statues that are a tribute to and a rallying cry for Native and Black death is deplorable. These grotesque figures dishonor those whose families, like my own, built this morally bankrupt place. These statues, while visible and erect, are in fact edifices of erasure, a testament to a triumphal version of white Southern collective memory that says, my Black body is dispensable, because it always was. It's only good for labor and laboring, the double entendre of production and reproduction. That my body's invisible, even as it's hyper visible because it's Black, that my history doesn't count, that I don't count. I am Sally Hemings' ghost, here to haunt City Council and say, remember me. Not with an alternative statue, Sally Hemings, I'm speaking as Sally Hemings, but with the truth. Saving the statues for posterity is to preserve a lie. Reparations begins with the truth. Rid the world of the lie. In the words of the inimitable Spike Lee, do the right thing, Charlottesville City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brandon Collins, who will be followed by Tanisha Hudson. Brandon, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Brandon Collins. I live in the city. I've lived in Charlottesville my entire life. I have 3 children who've lived here their entire lives as well. I am a privileged white male, and I would love to give an eloquent speech, but I'm not going to. You've heard the arguments. There's been many public hearings on this issue in the past. It's farcical that after everything this community has gone through that we have to go through this process. But I'm thankful that we do have a process and that we can get this done. I feel like anyone who doesn't have their mind made up on what to do about these statues is fooling themselves, are either deeply racist or haven't been paying attention, and that's just unfathomable to me. These statues need to go. They've hurt this community since they were erected. The history of this town is a history of racism and oppression, fear and horror has been mentioned. And looking at more current events, this symbol of hatred has a new meaning, a new symbol. And there is no reason why those statues should be a magnet for the people who came to this town to do us harm in 2017. Those people are still out there, and they're disgusting people. And I think the only appropriate park for these statues might, and this is a very big might, would be a dog park where they can be with the shit that they already are. So I highly suggest that we melt these statues down, put them in a place of mockery beforehand if we need to, and be safe while we're doing it. We owe this to the community to do this fast. And I don't think anybody should make any bones about how disgusting and filthy they are, and the people that support and perpetuate racism and the lost cause and who want to keep these statues around derided. They should be confronted at all costs. And let us get on with the business of addressing white supremacy and racism in Charlottesville in the here and now. Let's look at the land use map. Let's look at segregation in all areas of this city. Let's do something for the people who have suffered and been oppressed in this city and change the history of this city. Let's get these statues out of the way, and good luck.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tanisha Hudson, will be followed by Zach Brown. Tanisha, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. So I just want to say, Brian Stevenson said, somebody has to stand when other people are sitting. Somebody has to speak when other people are quiet. Don't let that fly over your head. I want to say this is deeper than you even thinking about picking those statues up and removing those statues from a park. This is about how you treat Black leadership. This is about how you snake around to target people's jobs when you don't agree with them. This is about how you don't give Black leadership the...
And Tanisha, your mute is on.
job. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you went out after Black leadership.
This is about how you treat Black leadership when you don't give them the respect, the dignity, and the ability to come in and do a job that you hire them to do. This is deeper than picking up statues. And while you all may want to pick those statues up and put them somewhere, you also need to burn the way that you operate. You still operate utilizing the tactics of white supremacy. You still target Black folks as if you were just a normal slave 1800s. You target their jobs. You target their livelihood. You do it all. Each and every last one of you. In more ways than you know. This is deeper than statues. I cannot stress that enough. So until you change the way the city operates in its entirety, removing those statues mean absolutely nothing. It means that you want to look like you're doing the work, but you're not doing the work. And I think that myself and other people have pulled your cards numerous times, proving that y'all want to sound good, but you just don't want to really do it. You want to look good, but you don't want to do the work. So again, I'll end by saying, this is deeper, much deeper than statues. I also want to say the one of the speakers, I believe her name was Middleton. She talked about the transfer of power, leadership, or something else that she said. That really bothers you all when Black leaders come in and they speak up in rooms. And I know I'm over my time, but I went out a little bit. When Black people speak up in rooms when they know things are unfair, when Black people speak up when they know things are being done wrong, when Black people speak up and challenge you to change ways that make you feel uncomfortable. So if you're not ready for that change, because I know you're not, you know what we went through in September of 2020. I know y'all not. That removing these statues don't mean a damn thing to the Black community until you make a change and stop mistreating people live, on TV, online, and any other way that you can do it, through emails. We shouldn't need to get FOIA requests to prove how y'all treating people. Take accountability for more statues. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zach Brown, who will be followed by Ibby Han. Zach, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Zach Brown. Some of you may know my name and know exactly who I am. That's exactly why I'm here. I'd like everyone here to just take a moment and realize that you're crying about bronze. You're crying about heavy bronze. That's what this whole fuss is about. A12, that was what? Almost 4 years ago now. You took this very small group of actual neo-Nazis, of actual fascists, of actual National Socialists, and you make all white people out to be like that. Are you kidding me? You know, that sounds a bit, what's the word? Racist. That sounds a little racist. So don't be racists, folks. Don't be racists. That's all I got. And good Lord, my head's about to explode. Good evening.
Our next speaker is Ibby Han, who will be followed by LaShonda Bryson. Ibby, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, y'all. My name is Ibby Han. I'm a resident of the city. I support the immediate and complete removal of the Confederate monuments. I was a counter-protester during the Summer of Hate and witnessed firsthand the violence that was brought down on Black and brown anti-racist community members by both the police and the far-right extremists. And that summer was the first time that I saw a hooded Klansman, the first time that I saw a torch-bearing horde of neo-Nazis. So these public spaces are sites of both recent and intergenerational trauma. And I'm not under any illusion that taking down the statues will heal that trauma, but I do believe it's a small step in the right direction and long overdue. So I urge council to take down the statues as soon as you can, to completely remove them. Don't send them to another community where they'll continue to exist intact. I think that would only be a half solution, and I think we can be more creative and imaginative than that, as folks have already said. We shouldn't simply export our trauma and difficult history to another place. We need to completely rebuild it from scratch. Thank you.
Our next speaker is LaShonda Bryson, who will be followed by Elizabeth Shalou. LaShonda, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I am in support of immediately taking these statues down and not shipping them to any other community. I don't think they can be repurposed. I think they should be disposed of, broken down, and thrown away. They should be taken away in the night with no announcement or fanfare. It is fitting and poetic justice that they would disappear into the night like countless of enslaved African Americans that Lee and Jackson fought to keep enslaved. Lastly, the statues aren't needed to remember history. Just ask Black people. Our languages, our bodies, our children were all taken, erased. Our Wall Streets were burnt down and our neighborhoods were destroyed through urban renewal. Take a picture, read a book, but get rid of the statues. And I want to thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker Zai Bryant has her hand up. I'm going to skip her as she spoke earlier. And Elizabeth Shalou is next up, who will be followed
Yes, and
by...
I sent a message, I just posted that we had made that people could speak once on the matter earlier if they wouldn't be here later in the evening during the public comment, but we do have another matters by the public session coming up at the end, towards the end of the meeting, and you can speak there. Zai and any other individual who would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Next up is Elizabeth Shalou, who will be followed by Yolanda Adams. Elizabeth, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. This is Elizabeth Shalou. I'm a city resident, and I'm speaking up tonight to ask you to vote to take the statues down, do it quickly, and to please not relocate them. Ideally, I think we can find a creative way to transform them into something new, take them down, take them apart, melt them down, change the energy, and change the narrative. As we've learned, as I've learned about the period of history when these statues were put up, it's become very clear that they emerged from the lost cause ideology. And it made an impression on me to learn that Stonewall Jackson never actually came to Charlottesville, except as a funeral procession after he died in Chancellorsville. He is not part of our local history. And instead, these statues are about an extremely dangerous ideology. We've all seen who these statues attract to the center of our downtown, and many of us up close and in person, and it's scary. And for that reason, I really don't want to see them shipped off to another community. Our public spaces can be seen as an active outward expression of our values and ideals. And if we're going to have public art in our park, then let's have them reflect what our community values and respects today. I'll be holding you in the light as you move forward with this responsibility.
Thank you.
Next up is Yolanda Adams, who will be followed by Gloria Beard. Yolanda, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes. And Yolanda, you'll have to unmute.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Walker, and hello, City Council. Thank you all for having us here and creating a platform that makes it more accessible for moms who can't really stay out this late. I don't really have anything prepared, and from time to time I get anxiety when I'm speaking in front of a lot of people, so please just bear with me. I do agree with the general consensus of which we've heard so much of tonight, which is removing the statues. I am vehemently opposed to sending them somewhere else. I believe Mr. Gathers said, if you take my trash and put it in someone else's yard, it is still trash. I also wanted to briefly speak to something that Ms. Hudson said initially, just in reference to, I don't know, she said something about, well, she said a lot. She did say a lot. And it was akin to, this means nothing to the Black community. And I do want to offer another perspective. It could be a catalyst. It could be a catalyst of hope. It could be a catalyst for the beginning of the end of us dismantling racist systems in place to create barriers for marginalized people. So it, even though it might not answer centuries-old problems that we faced here in our community, it could be a beacon of hope for the beginning of how we could continue to make sure that we are amplifying the voices of disadvantaged communities, Black and Brown. And again, I do want to just say that I know that hopefully we'll be here close to herd immunity soon. And I know we're all looking forward to it, but I really appreciate the fact that you all are making this platform accessible with the Zoom calls. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you.
Right now, there are no hands raised. Yolanda was our 32nd speaker. Gloria Beard has had her hand raised, and now she's back again. So her account's been coming and going. Gloria, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I am so happy now that we are on this subject because I have thought those statues should have came down a long time ago. I lived in Garrett for 11 years. You know, I never, ever visited that park or took my kids there because it went back in the past, you know, of racism and prejudice, and it was awful. And I just hope they do go because I never felt like we were welcome there anyway. And some tell me, because I've only been here like 48 years, but people that's been here a long time tell me that once upon a time, the children couldn't play in that park, or Black people. Is that so? Somebody knows the history? When they had been at the Hill, they weren't allowed to go to that park. Is that true? Can y'all hear me?
We can.
Well, is it?
And yes, that is true.
It is?
Yep.
Okay. It is. Oh, okay. Well, it needs to come down because if this is our, you know, everybody lives in this town, it's our town too. So if they couldn't play in it then, they don't need it now. Take it down. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
We have two other hands raised right now. Courtney Hayward will be followed by Ange Khan. Courtney, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes. Can you hear us? It looks like you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you, Courtney. How about now? All right. Courtney, we'll check back with you. You can raise your hand again if you want to try that again. Next up is Ange Khan. Ange, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Are you able to hear me?
We are.
Sorry, I'm having connection issues. I just wanted to say that I am in complete agreement with the removing and dissolving of both statues. Giving these statues to other communities shouldn't even be an option right now, or ever, actually. I would like you all to ask yourselves if you could sleep at night knowing the potential of violence that sending these statues to other communities would bring to Black and Brown communities specifically. Could either of you, any one of you on council right now, sit with the decision that you had the opportunity to say, no, we're not going to, place these statues in other communities? And could you sit with that decision if you chose to give these statues to another community with that potential of violence that those would definitely bring to those communities? So it's also a conscious decision. There's what you're doing right now is going to impact more than just the present members of our community. So I would urge you all to take swift action in removing and dissolving of both of those statues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katrina Cooper, who will be followed by Kimberly Lowe. Katrina, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katrina Cooper, resident of public housing at Riverside Avenue. And I was just wanting to speak about the statues. And I think that they should consider removing them. As a resident and living in the public housing and growing up around here, I mean, I didn't know much about them, but growing up around here, knowing the value, I'm not even going to say the value, I'm just going to say what they represent. And now that I'm grown and I know what they represent, I think that they should be removed. And and not displayed it anywhere, because just like Mr. Gathers said, that it's trash and trash should be put nowhere. And also, and I wanted to speak on something else, what Ms. Hudson said, it might not be important as you think to people, Blacks or minorities that's living out here in Charlottesville, but you never know. Like, yeah, you never know. Like, it's just like you see them every day and you know what they represent, like, and they're gone the next day or whatever. I mean, I think that's something that is a process that that needs to be worked on, but everything takes a process. And I'm just saying that to say that they should be removed, because I ride past them 7 days out of a week, and yeah, and it's very hurtful that I just have to ride through there and just see them. But I'm just saying, it's to each his own. But me personally, I would say remove them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Lowe. Kimberly, you're on with council. Go ahead.
Thank you. I can't start to know the amount of pain that individuals carry on from the horrors of prior wars and the pain that's carried on for generations. My family settled Virginia in the 1600s. My 5 times great-grandfather, Richard Lowe, died in the Civil War. He was put in an unmarked grave. He left behind his pregnant wife, who had my then 4 times great-grandfather. My relatives were not slave owners, but rather poor dirt farmers, and many came over as indentured Irish. Horrors have always occurred in our history, and I worry that burying these horrors does not teach future generations of what was and the struggles fought by many. The tarnish and pain created from slavery still exists generations later, and many in our community are still carrying this pain. My other concern is, rather than spending money to move monuments, that we either add to the historical context to give a full story of history, or we put that money into our marginalized communities to decrease disparities. I also wish we would spend more time talking about how to end the current day slavery that's happening in our backyards today. Trafficking of humans, adults, and children is big business. It's happening every day, and it's happening in our backyard. Over 800,000 children go missing per year. Over 1,000 children per day are trafficked through our court systems. 88% of the children recovered from trafficking by the U.S. Marshal Service came from foster care. The current catch and release policies at the U.S. border release adults and children into the hands of handlers, and approximately 20 to 25% of all of our communities are sex slaves anywhere within our community. It's time that we work together to find healing, to communicate, to reflect on history, and ask ourselves, how can we forge a positive path forward? In my opinion, removing statues does not create healing, and statues should remain to remind generations how to navigate a path forward without the enslavement of people. We cannot it's late. We cannot rewrite history, but we can forge a positive path forward. And as the old adage states, those who forget or hide history are doomed to repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, the only two hands raised right now, both spoke earlier this evening. Now we have another one. Anyone else who would like to address council, now is the time. Please click the raise hand icon. Next up is Paula Belton. Paula, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am not a citizen of Virginia, nor am I a citizen of the county. However, I just want to bring something in light because I'm a huge history lover. We are not the only country to have statues of that has civil wars. For example, China has statues related to Civil War. They have taken those statues and have left them and learned to teach others about what these statues meant and have added to it. If you were to remove these statues and melt them down, what you would be teaching the future generation is, take for example, like you have a bad test grade you don't like, that's okay. We'll just wipe it, get rid of it because you didn't study hard or you didn't do your part to try to earn that grade. So I would say, in light of what the prior speaker just said, adding contextual value would actually help teach others to move their thoughts and think in a different way. But just by removing them, melting them, does nothing. All it does is just, teach the future generations, if you don't like something, that's okay. We'll just get rid of it and pretend it never happened. Thank you.
We've got several more hands up now. Next up is Tessa Gathers, who will be followed by Katrina Turner. Tessa, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. I was reluctant to speak because I am a native of Charlottesville and of course African American, I'm Black. And I would like to share that being a native here, growing up here in Charlottesville, my family has been here for generations, and I've heard many say what generations they are and how far back they are, but I can't do that research because some of my history was erased and some of my history was not clean or clear. But however, concerning this monument, I want to speak from a 10-year-old girl. Approximately 10 years old as a girl, when I was growing up, I remember walking by that monument with my grandmother. And my grandmother actually was born in 1910. So therefore, about that time, when that monument went up in the 20s, she was alive. And the only thing I can recall is walking by there and her actually saying, "We don't go over there." That was history 1, history 2, history lesson 3, 101, 103, whichever one you want to put it. Because therefore, we didn't have anything more in the schools to tell us about why that monument was there. We didn't have anyone to give us that history. And it took August 12th before people to show up and cause such a chaos for us to pay attention that we had something sitting there that was just needed to come down. It had already been discussed. It had all $500,000 has been set aside years ago to try to take this down, and no one has thought it wasn't important, and they overlooked it. So therefore, I think we need to take the opportunity to use even the interest off of that $500K sitting out there, and let's make a move. Take them down. Take them down for a 10-year-old girl. Take them down for the next 10-year-old girl, because I have a 10-year-old granddaughter now. What do I tell her? How do I explain this to her? And as well, I would just like to say on our August 12th, when August 12th came, everyone else in the world showed us how important they were. All over the world, they were kicked down, pushed down, knocked down, stepped on, and danced on. Why do we still have that up? Take them down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katrina Turner, who will be followed by Sarah Kelly. Katrina, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I just want to talk a little bit about the statue. In Buckingham, you know, my family were enslaved. There's a family written about there's a book written about my family. You know, the first person in this book is a slave, you know, and I keep hearing about heritage. You know, that's one thing I don't know, because the other side of me, my heritage on the other side took that away from me. You know, they can brag about their grandmother, their great-grandmother, their great-great-grandmother. You know, they can go all the way down the line and just brag about their family. I can't do that because that was taken away from my family. You know, when I was growing up, I used to ask my dad, you know, just let me know what happened, you know? But they couldn't even tell me because of everything that they went through, you know? So it's so much that I don't know about my family because of the other side of my heritage, you know, the white side of my heritage, you know. And I keep hearing that, you know, just leave the statues up and put things around, you know, to show what the statue was about. What are we going to do? These people, they were losers. You know, do you want a statue with a tree, with newborn babies hanging from the tree? What happened to our people? Do you want a statue of a truck with a black man tied behind that truck being dragged? Is that what you want, you know, to contextualize these statues? Do you want just the hanging? Do you want the bombing? Hey, let's put Tulsa bombing around it. You know, how they Black Wall Street. What all do you want to contextualize these statues? You know, because what my other side of my heritage is that hate. And I have to live with that hate in my body. But to take these statues away, to literally melt them down and get rid of them where nobody else has to look at what has stood for so long to keep us in place. You know, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last new hand, number 40, is Sarah Kelly. Sarah, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Did I unmute? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Yes. My name is Sarah Kelly. I've been a resident. I was born here. I'm 80 years old. It's sad to say that I knew nothing about the Robert E. Lee statue until August of 2017. But I remember passing the Lee's Park even as a child and being taunted and told to get to stepping because I was on the wrong side of Charlottesville. But I used to love horses. So as far as the statue was concerned, I just loved to see the horse. But right now, the only thing that I can think about, now that I know the history and all the pain that I've gone through in these 80 years, here in Charlottesville, I would love to see the horse riding, not only that horse, but the other one riding away, riding into a melting pot and being released because it brought nothing but pain to us as Black people, knowing not only Lee's Park was a place we couldn't go, but so many other places. But to find out the history of that and to know that someone still wants to keep that history in our face, that it saddens me. But Lee Park saddens me, even though the name has changed. The hurt hasn't changed for the taunting that I went through just passing by there. So I hope the statue comes down, made right away, be melted away, and that made into something that will cause us not to have so much pain. Thank you.
And we have a speaker who's joined via telephone. I don't see her number right now, but she sent me an email, Wendy Hazlett. And Wendy, if you can hear me through some other means, you have to press *9 when you're on via telephone. I'll be glad to bring you into the conversation. Our next speaker is Walt Heinecke, who I don't believe talked about statues earlier. Is that correct?
No, I didn't.
Thank you, Walt. You are back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thanks. Of course, I agree with the majority of the speakers tonight who want the statue removed and either melted down or not given away to some other community. These are symbols of hate, pure and simple, and you can't contextualize hate. How many statues of Hitler are there that are contextualized in Germany? You can't contextualize hate. We should get rid of them, melt them down, and if we can't, they should be warehoused in a way that they're never to be made public again. We should do this because Black Lives Matter. We should do this, the same with the Sacagawea statue. We should do this because Indigenous lives matter. It's been 400 years with these symbols. And we're at a breaking point in history. And it's time for Charlottesville to take the lead again nationally. The August 11th and 12th, those racist, Confederate, neo-Confederate, neo-fascists came because of the statues. And now it's time to put a period on it and to tell the rest of the country what we think should be done to change the narrative without contextualizing hate. I know you know what to do. I know you know what the right thing to do is, and I have confidence that you're going to do the right thing within whatever parameters you're operating under, so that these symbols of hate are not allowed to continue creating trauma for people in communities around the Commonwealth. So I think you do know what to do. And the university is getting rid of the George Rogers Clark statue, and it's going to be warehoused and made invisible until the affected parties can tell them exactly what to do with it. So I hope that happens here as well. And it's time to put a period on hate in Charlottesville and in this country. And that's what you'll be doing tonight when you vote to remove them and to not send them off to another community to create more problems and trauma for other people in this country. Time to change the narrative. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
And Wendy Hazlett has now called back in. Excuse me. Wendy, you'll have to unmute yourself. Can you hear us? And then we lost her connection. We'll wait just one more minute, see if she calls back. The only other two hands raised, both spoke previously. And Mayor Walker, I do not see Wendy Hazlett coming back via telephone. And there are no other new hands raised.
Okay.
We had 12 speakers in the earlier session and 41 with Walt Heineke. Actually, now she's back. Let's try one more time. Wendy, can you hear us? Wendy, I've got you connected. You just need to unmute. There you go. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Oh, you can hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. My name's Wendy Hazlett, and I was born and raised in Virginia, and I'm a descendant of the Confederate soldiers, and I wanted to speak to protect my children's birthrights and their freedom of speech. I want to make sure that our Robert E. Lee and our Stonewall Jackson statue get delivered to Shenandoah Valley battlefields as soon as they are taken down. Shenandoah Valley Battlefields follows a monument policy. That's why it's the best place for these war memorials to go, so they can be protected and preserved for our children and our next generations. We want you to please follow the example of Albemarle County. As soon as they took down our Confederate soldier statue, the trucks immediately delivered it there. And what are we talking about? Like maybe an hour and 30 minutes away to relocate the statue, if even that? All you have to do is sign over ownership to Shenandoah Valley Battlefield Foundation and deliver the statues to our historical battlefield. We want the statues of Lee and Jackson atop of their horses and the pedestals. We don't want the bottom of our war memorials left behind. And what is the law or the guidelines that Virginia follows concerning the relocation, protection, and preservation when it comes to a historical monument like these two statues? A battlefield, it has the first rights to be chosen for the new relocation placement for these statues. I will be sending each city council member emails and letters with a copy of the monument policy that Shenandoah Valley Battlefield Foundation follows. And I'm going to be sharing the contact information for Kevin Walker, the CEO of Shenandoah Valley Battlefields. We are talking about Lee and Jackson. 32 years at the United States Army, president of Washington and Lee University. Lee resigned with 300 United States Army officers and over 200 United States Navy officers to join the Confederate Army. 3 of his sons fought in the Confederate Army. Lee and Jackson were born in Virginia. Stonewall Jackson served under Robert E. Lee. Lee and Jackson were graduates of the United States Military Academy. One accepted a teaching position at the Virginia Military Institute. They served in the United States Army and the Confederate Army. Our war memorials, Lee and Jackson represent leadership, bravery, sacrifice, the duty of 2 Southern war veterans. This is about love and honor and respect for our war veterans. Please deliver our Robert E. Lee and our Stonewall Jackson statues immediately to Shenandoah Valley battlefields as soon as they are taken down. Thank you.
All right. I see one more hand.
Next up is Andrea Massey. Andrea, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, Mayor Walker and the rest of council. I'm not going to reiterate everything that people have so eloquently said about removing these statues now and as quickly as you possibly can, figuring out a way to pay for this. Please, please do not have them relocated to any battlefield or any other community. They are symbols of hate and need to be destroyed in whatever way is deemed best for our community, but definitely melted down and destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
That's 55 total.
Okay, so I am going to close the public hearing at this time. There will be an opportunity shortly. This is the last item on the agenda for additional comments at the matters by the public at the end of the meeting. And counselors, any questions or comments, I have some, but I'll wait.
For me, I feel like the community has certainly spoken, and really appreciate all the comments tonight and the many that we've received through email over the last weeks, and especially when the agenda was published. But I just really appreciate the engagement tonight, and I think it was just definitely a clear message to this council. So thank you to everyone who's participated.
Mayor Walker, I would also like to second thanking everyone for coming out and speaking tonight. And also to thank the people who started this work in all sorts of forms over a very long time. And this isn't just about us. This has been going on before this council got here, so.
I don't have much to add beyond what's already been said at the public hearing. I guess, the only thoughts I have that just come to mind is someone who was there on August 12th and, turning onto 4th Street and a survivor of August 12th, like others, is that, I will be very proud to take a vote to remove these and to reimagine our public spaces in these areas. And I hope it can be a small part of collective transformation here locally. It just calls to mind in the days after the attack, Reverend William Barber spoke in town and talked about the need of not only removing the statues, but the statutes that uphold institutional racism and inequality. And, I hope removing these statues as quickly as we can be a part of that broader effort. And I know that's not, so much has changed since 2017. We're not anywhere where we need to be. It's not easy. There's a lot of conflict. We're bound by the contradictions and constraints of so many things locally, but I think we have made progress on that work, and I hope we just don't lose sight of it. And I continue to believe the only way we're going to get there is through collective effort and collective transformation. And I hope we just don't get derailed on that goal, and that together as a community, we can get there. But don't have anything to add that hasn't already been said during the public hearing.
And I just wanted to add my own thoughts on this whole problem too. The Blue Ribbon Commission came out with a recommendation that certainly we could agree or disagree with whether it was a good recommendation at the time, but the point was made by at least one or two speakers that things changed after August 12th. There's no question that we found that these statues had become, as in Charlottesville at least, a magnet for the kinds of folks that we really didn't want to have coming to Charlottesville at all. Magnets for racists, Nazis, however you want to characterize them. And ultimately 3 people died as a result. And we can't lose sight of that fact either. Those are important to the consideration of the symbolism of the statues. We've got to recognize the history of the statues. We've got to recognize how they came to be there, why they came to be there, why in Charlottesville we wind up with monuments to Stonewall Jackson, who had no discernible connection to Charlottesville, Robert E. Lee, who had a very slight connection to Charlottesville. Why in Charlottesville? I think we know the answer. So I look at it, whatever anybody might have thought before August 12th, since August 12th, I think the answer has become crystal clear. It's crystal clear to me that the statues need to come down in some fashion. I have not yet solidified in my own mind what ought to happen thereafter. I think one of the things that we have in the resolution that has been suggested for us is that we basically put out, actually it's required by statute, it's not simply our concept of it, that we put out a call for suggestions, an offer period as it's called, for suggestions. But I think that ultimately some of those suggestions, I'm hoping, will give us some good ideas about what we might do hereafter. I do think that the resolution that has been suggested by the staff is a good starting point for the next 30 days, 60 days, however long it's going to take. I also think, by the way, that, and I want to respond to something that I've gotten in a lot of messages from people saying, well, you know, we should take these things down right now. We shouldn't wait. We shouldn't wait till July. Well, there's this statutory procedure that we're careful to follow. The one thing we don't want to do is to do something that is going to end up in further litigation because we tried to do things too hastily, or we cut a corner here or there. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it carefully. We're going to do it thoroughly. We're going to do it absolutely by the law. And I hope that we will get an agreement to move forward in a good way with all of this. That's all.
I was thinking, I don't know what I was thinking before Datisa spoke. It is really challenging when you are thinking about a 10-year-old of the past and 10-year-old of the future. And I immediately started thinking of how many 10-year-olds have had to live and be subjected to symbols throughout history that upholds whiteness over everything else. Thinking back to 2012 and to some of the comments that have been made tonight, and, you know, even at that time, I remember Holly talking about there are so many other, you know, things that we needed to be focused on. And Holly wasn't saying that she thought the statues should stay. Some of Tanisha's comments and Professor Hawkins' comments reminded me that she was saying that because it was so many greater needs in the community. The statues need to go, but we also need to remember that the work isn't complete at that moment. And that was the probably sum total of what Holly was thinking at that time. And these type of things are usually easier to do. They're easier to kind of wrap your minds around the need to just remove something. But removing the obstacles that are in the way. When citizens started talking earlier tonight, I immediately started thinking about how the amount of feedback we're getting about the land use and zoning changes. And I'm hoping that those individuals are having the same conversation with the same intensity with their neighbors who are forgetting redlining and racial covenants and wanting to maintain status quo, but not able to associate that with the same power structure that put those statues up. What I'm thinking now is a book by Colson Whitehead that's a film on, I think it's Netflix, one of them, The Underground Railroad. And there's a scene that, since I watched it a couple weeks ago, just will not leave my head. And the scene is of a brother who has now become the owner of his brother who recently passed plantation. And because of that transfer of power and land, he is now the owner of people, Black people, and people who Detisa's grandmother was probably thinking about when she was probably holding her hand and talking to her as a 10-year-old. And there's a Black man who was enslaved on this plantation who attempted to escape and find some freedom and peace in his life. And the brother, who is more vicious than his brother was, and when you're talking about the viciousness of people who own people, you know, that's always a challenge for me. But the catchers of humans brings this Black man back, and he has him beat for what seems like forever, and we are there watching as each lash falls upon this Black man's back. And then he hangs him on wood and sets him on fire while him and his wife dance. There is one white man sitting at the table who attempts to tell him that the way he is treating the Black people on this plantation is not right. And when the man's body goes up in flames, he simply covers his mouth and runs away. That is a film, but I think what few people can understand is how that energy flows through the bodies of Black people every day. And the way it is expressed may be different for each of us, but it flows through us. And we have to figure out how to try to survive and make it in these spaces. I feel the stories that my grandmothers told me, I feel them so deeply and so strongly. And so what I think some of the Black people who spoke today, and what Ms. Hudson was saying was that once these statues are destroyed, that there is so much more work to do in our community to prevent that slow death that we often don't think about on a day-to-day basis, but that many leaders of this community are inclined to ignore. And we shouldn't need white women and white men or the elite, as Professor Hawkins said, to come and be in agreement with us for people to hear when we say that enough is enough. So I think that's it. But I'm thinking back to all the reasons that Holly wanted to focus on other things, and all those reasons still exist. We have so much work to do. And I know that people think that the demands are too heavy, they're too quick, and that the intensity that, you know, staff or leadership or the community isn't ready for. But I would implore everyone to understand that there was a 10-year-old girl at one time that was Detisa, who is now several decades from 10, and that there will be 10-year-olds who will have to continue to figure out whether the statues are there physically or not, how to deal with the structure that whiteness, the power and influence of whiteness in this world and in our community until we prevent it from being a factor in their lives. Any other comments? All right. So is there a motion?
Michael, do you want to make the motion?
Sure. Let me just pull it up. I'd move that we approve the resolution for removal, relocation, contextualization, and covering of statues of Confederate Generals Lee and Jackson currently located within city parks.
I second the motion.
Any further discussion or comments? Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snook,
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any other business?
Madam Mayor, not from my end.
All right. Mr. Wheeler, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. We're at the end of the meeting where council hears any other matters from the public. If you'd like to get in line, click the raise hand icon. In the Zoom webinar, if you're on via telephone, you can press *9. First speaker is Philip Andrew Hamilton, who will be followed by Zy Bryant. Philip, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Well, thank you all for having me come and speak for a second time this evening. Yes, we've definitely had a lot of voices heard, a lot of varying opinions, and I just wanted to reiterate and expand on what I spoke about earlier today. We have to change the narrative from glorification of a lost cause, which is exactly what it is, a lost cause in the southern states, to education. And that's why I proposed having the Union monuments in Charlottesville could be that shining city on the hill if we decide, just as the other speaker mentioned, in China, there was a civil war there and they still kept the monuments up over there. And I'm sure other countries the same thing. Instead of setting a precedent of removal, let's keep things in place and build on it, add historical markers, talking about why the original statues were there, and then talk about the Kilpatrick raid and how the University of Virginia, the Rotunda was used as a hospital, how the Union came and occupied Charlottesville, March of 1865, how General Custer, it came over here. Actually, his house that he stayed in was less than a mile from where I currently live here in Charlottesville. And let's talk and educate the public, educate future generations. I'm half Persian myself. My father immigrated here from Iran. He escaped before the revolution in Iran, and he came to America for hope and for a better country. And my concern is, as a second generation Persian American, is that we're moving closer to Marxism by embracing this cancel culture under the guise of anti-racism. And we have to, consider the fact, why are we not erecting monuments dedicated to United States color troops? Why are we going to deny Black people who had, there was Black Confederate soldiers and there was Black Union members? Why are we going to deny those folks representation of the historical sphere? And I've been to over 40 states within the entire United States. And I can tell you the majority of historical monuments that are in existence in these 40 states I've been to are dedicated to Caucasian people. We need to increase the diversity of historical monuments and increased representation of Native Americans, Asians, Blacks, and other minorities. And I was saddened to see that most of the people who spoke at this meeting want to remove and destroy, but there was hardly any discussion about adding monuments to minorities. And that's the contextualization that we should be fighting for. And I strongly suggest that the council considers this, because this will be a lightning strike showing that Charlottesville will be different than these other cities. Okay, thank you all.
Our next speaker is Zy Bryant. Zy, you're back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm grateful that Mayor Walker did mention the late Dr. Holly Edwards, as she was very pivotal in getting the ball rolling on this issue. I do want to address the comment from Wendy Hazlett, as she shouted a bit ago. Contrary to what she said, the law does grant localities the power to decide the fate of their monuments. And that is why we're going through this process right now. And to address what the previous speaker just said, I think it's interesting that everyone has so much history and everyone wants to be like other countries, but they're not ready to adopt free healthcare like other countries. They're not ready to adopt free education like other countries. And so I think it's the picking and choosing for me that is highly problematic. So when we talk about this process of getting the statues gone, I think a lot of people are forgetting that this has been a 5-year-long process. We didn't just pull this out of thin air just now, right? And as cited by Councilor McGill, this is not work that y'all started. So it is your responsibility to carry the torch, but this is not work that you get to take credit for, that you started or anything like that. This is not your original ideas. This is all the result of community members standing up and asking you guys to make these considerations. And I think that that is something that needs to be said, because a lot of people came on here tonight thanking council for their bravery and didn't thank the survivors of A12, didn't thank the Black people in the community who walked around with petitions, didn't thank folks who drove people to the Blue Ribbon Commission meeting week. And in response to the comment about there being other work that needs to be done, over the next 30 days or however long this process lasts, as you're gauging community input, I hope that you actually listen to community members. Counselor, wow, that was a lot of credit for her. Counselor Heather was in my neighborhood a little while ago, and she was speaking to a white woman, and I pulled over to speak to her, and instead of her speaking to me, she walked away. And I had someone else in the car who was a witness to that. And Heather, I saw the facial expression you made, so I hope that you feel embarrassed by your behavior. That is not how you conduct, oh, are you laughing? Is it funny? That is not how you conduct comments with the general public, and that's not how you engage with people who gave you their votes, which I definitely didn't vote for you, and I never will. But I'm just letting you know that this moving forward, when we talk about how we're engaging with the community, what the community wants and what the community needs, you can't walk away from your constituents. So my point being, moving forward, let's make sure that we're actually listening actively with the intent to make change, and with the intent to hear the voices of people who have been traditionally excluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just respond that my recollection of that engagement is quite different than Ms. Bryant's.
Mayor Walker, I don't see any other hands raised. I would like to let council know that we will post information on the website later tonight, early tomorrow morning, related to this offering period, which will give instructions to the public about how they can respond to the action you took tonight. We do have another hand up now. Don Gathers. Don, you're back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Wow, that was troubling, the information that Ms. Bryant just gave us, and I hope that won't be the future action of our elected officials. I will ask that if well, since we do have a 30-day period, if it is at all possible, if we can again move to, as expeditiously as possible, cover these statutes in that interim period. Don't know what the legalese is behind all of that, but if we can move to do that, I would love to see the tarps come back out on tomorrow morning. That's, again, I don't know exactly what the legalities are behind that, but I hope that it is something that that the five of you are well, actually the six of you, I'll include you as well, City Manager Boyles, that you all will indeed at least consider. I think that it would be, at least until this actual surgery can happen, it would be an incredible Band-Aid to put on the community. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And we probably should clarify, it's my understanding that in this resolution, it talks about removing, relocating, contextualizing, or covering the statutes, and that as all applies to this 30-day period that we're now beginning.
All right.
Got another hand that's come up. Paula Belton, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
I just want to add to what he was asking about covering. Again, like I said earlier, I'm a very avid historian lover. I would like to advocate for those of us that are huge in history and studying the Civil War, that you at least allow them to be uncovered, allow us to get a chance to those of us that have not been able to come and view them. Not all history lovers are coming to view, or not all that are coming to view the statues are neo-Nazi and there to destroy the town. We're there just simply because we love history and we just want to see things. So I'd like to encourage you to keep that in mind. It would actually help, I believe, to actually allow others to be able to come in and see it, but actually make it easier, and in my opinion would allow others to have a better opinion of the town. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ange Khan. Ange, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I wasn't going to respond any further because I think everyone before me covered most everything. But in light of the previous comment, I am going to urge you all to take swift action into covering those damn statues. I am telling you, you're going to get the likes of the neo-Nazis, these white supremacists, and whatever other racist groups that that may or may not be chiming in or paying attention to that are paying attention, but from a distance, to what's taking place in Charlottesville. I am urging you to please do that immediately. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nyai Bryant, who will be followed by Katrina Turner. You're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, I would like to say Heather Hill, whatever your name is, Heather Hill. You have a history of calling Black residents liars and not telling the truth. I was in the vehicle with Ziona Bryant when you walked away as she was trying to speak to you, as you spoke with a white woman who was maybe 85 plus years old. And so I think you need to humble yourself as you sit on city council, Miss Girl.
Next speaker is Katrina Turner. Katrina, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I want to, of course, about the statue and covering the statue. Listening to some of the speakers, about wanting to come and see this statue, I guess before it's gone. The people that are going to come here to see this statue for the final time, maybe all of them aren't white supremacists or whatever. But if there are still people who are armed guarding that statue when there's not even supposed to be guns around the park, you know, then there's going to be a big problem. And cover those statues so people cannot come to view them as if, you know, they're just a piece of gold, you know. I think they should be covered so no more hate can be allowed to come and view them. I don't know what all about teaching, you know, students about these statues. You know, what do they want to teach them? They want to teach them about slavery? They want to teach them how these men treated black people? What is it that they want to teach them about these statues? About the men that are being honored? You know, are they proud that these men were slave owners? Are they proud that they got a whip and beat my ancestors? Are they proud that their ancestors that, you know, they love so much, you know, murdered black people in the manner that they murdered them? You know, blowing their houses up, blowing their churches up. I mean, what are these people so proud of to want to keep these statues up? I just can't understand it. But I just really hope and pray you will cover those statues until they are gone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John Henry Cottrell. John, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. No, I'm coming from California, so I'm not going to say anything about the covering because I have nothing to do with what's going on in our community. I feel sorry for that. What I would just like to state is on the historical side, and it kind of addresses the question that just was asked. The Civil War was one of the saddest things that has ever happened to our country. And unfortunately, there's been a change in our history that has tried to state that one side is good and the other side is bad. But if you really study it closely, we find out that it's really about two groups of people that stopped talking to each other. And then we ended up having hundreds of thousands of deaths because we stopped talking. And that's more or less what these statues represent. If you really look into who Robert E. Lee was as an individual, and beyond that, he was general of the Confederacy, and you realize that he was a good man that chose the wrong thing, and that's something to study. That's something. It's a complexity that we don't notice anymore. Things are either 100% perfect or we need to get rid of them. But we need to just take in a little bit more of what history can gain us, because our country right now is 100% broken and split, and it is going in the similar direction of like the 1840s and the 1850s, when people stopped talking to each other and they started choosing sides to fight against each other and stopped listening. What the statues really represent is the atrocity of when people stop talking. Now, I know it's already decided to go. I'm not fighting for that. It's more in the destruction of them, in keeping them in another place. But they do have value. That's beyond what's currently emotionally being stated. Anyways, I'll end it there.
Our next speaker is Nancy Carpenter. Nancy, you're back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, real quickly, I don't think it'll take 3 minutes. I just want to pass on one more anecdote for me that speaks to this lost cause and the big lie. When I was in 7th grade, which was half a century ago, I received a history textbook on Virginia history. And I'll give you the quick takeaways. Indians bad, colonizers good, slaves happy, Civil War damn Yankees. And I have no doubt that book was influenced by the United Daughters of the Confederacy, and that lie was given to me even in my high school history book. It wasn't, and I'm embarrassed to say, like some other people, I just kind of like lollygagging along, going along with what I was taught. It wasn't until I was a grown woman that I understood what was actually going on in the United States. And it took me till I got to post-secondary education and beyond before I understood that. So you talk about history, we're not teaching people history, we're teaching them freaking lies. And like I said, it's still your moral obligation to change what those city councilors did, and who knows whose family gave that damned Ku Klux Klan robes up to the historical society that they will not disclose. It could have been McIntyre's family, it could have been the mayor's family at the time, who knows. But the times have changed. You need to take it down. Maybe it does need to be covered, because I want to be able to go sit in the damn park, eat my lunch without having to be scoped out by a park watcher who I have no idea whether they're carrying open or concealed. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next up's Lauricia Hawkins. Lauricia, you're back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
I have spoken before, but I couldn't not respond to the notion mentioned several times that contextualization is somehow about making sure that people know there were Black folks fighting on both sides. Let's add that they didn't perhaps have a choice. This is contextualization is a smokescreen for keeping statues that were anachronisms to begin with. Because the truth of the matter is these statues went up around World War I after people like my great-grandfather returned from fighting to receive none of the rights assured by the Constitution that originally counted my great-grandfather as 3/5 of a person. And so it's not about that. It's not about civility, California dude. It's not about talks breaking down between reasonable folks. The Civil War is a contradiction in terms on purpose. This was a war that was not about morality, it was about money and power. It was about white folks losing their grip on power, people who owned people to maintain power, fighting over maintaining that power. And the North's hands weren't clean, the Union, right? This is not about cancel culture, because there's no culture to cancel. This is a mythos. This is about a corrective. It's not about contextualization. It's about correcting the lies of history that continue to perpetuate the same old culture of benign, what you think, California guy, is benign racism. Like it's like everything's equal, but in fact it's benign. It's racism. It's killing bodies. It's killing souls. It's killing our country. That's what's killing our country, not an inability to talk. It's an inability for people in power to realize that they are grasping for power. And these statues leaving is the corrective of a power imbalance that has existed from the beginning of this colonialist, imperialist enterprise. And this is the end. Black and brown, BIPOC people, we're done. We're finished. So, by the way, I'm not just a amateur historian. I'm a Black professor who studies this shit. It's not about that. This is not about being woke. This is about correcting history, righting wrongs. It's called reparations. And this isn't even reparations. So let's get it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up again because even tonight, looking at the facial expressions of some of you on TV as people were commenting about the statues, I still feel like you all don't get it. You don't get it. You just let a worker, someone who dedicated years to this city with closing the racial equity gap here, you let her walk right out that door. You did nothing to save her. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. And we don't got to get into personnel matters, but we talk about fixing what has been done wrong in this city. And then when people come here to fix it, or when you have people doing other work to fix it that was sitting in chip seat that you didn't agree with, you get rid of them. When change is uncomfortable for white people, you all are ready to kill someone. And I'm saying that, and I literally mean it the way I say it. You kill them any way you can, whenever you're uncomfortable. But the Black people in this city has had to deal with being uncomfortable for a very long time. And everybody is not a Tanisha Hudson. I don't expect everybody to be like me. Everybody's not going to beat your door down. They're not going to beat your line down. They're not going to yell at you, fuss you out for you to listen. They're not me. They go on. But I refuse, because I come from a family that wasn't the type to keep on keeping on. They fought. That's why he got a church sitting up on Albemarle Street. That's why he have a bunch of proclamations from the city. That's why he's known for integrating the school systems between Charlottesville and Albemarle. I'm naturally a fighter, but every Black person that you walk past in this city is not. So remember that this is deeper than statues. You can burn those statues, you can tuck them, you can do whatever you want to do. But until you treat Black people right, that you have to work with, that you have to take orders from, that you have to be lower than on the totem pole and positions of power, until you learn to accept that type of stuff, y'all didn't do a damn thing tonight. And I hope you understand that. Give people the same respect that you're expecting them to give you. It's common decency. And a lot of y'all don't have it. You don't. And then when people fuss you out or say a little cuss word here and there for you to get it, you feel offended. But think about all the damage. And most of y'all sitting here, y'all not born and raised in Charlottesville. It's one person sitting up there, born and raised in Charlottesville, one that I know. The rest of y'all just probably came here, or you live somewhere else and you moved to Charlottesville. You're not even naturally from here, but you're still part of the process of destroying the people that have legacy after legacy after legacy, family member after family member after family member that's born and raised here. It's disrespectful.
Thank you.
There are no new hands, Mayor Walker.
All right. Counselors, any comments? All right, meeting adjourned. Have a good evening.